Deputy Speaker.
The question is,
Government business, order of the day number 1, grievance debate.
The question is that grievances be noted. I call a member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak on 2 issues that are front of mind for the people of the Flynn electorate. And the first is fuel. Right now, families and small businesses across our region are being hit hard by what has become a deepening national fuel crisis. For people in regional communities, fuel is not a luxury, it is an essential. It is how you get to work, it is how you run your farm, how you deliver goods and how you keep small business operating. In recent weeks, we've seen prices surge and in many cases, simple supply does not reach the local service stations. That means not just higher costs, but uncertainty about whether you can even fill up when you need to. The Coalition called on the government to act decisively and urgently by halving the fuel excise for 3 months. This was a practical, immediate step that could deliver real relief to households and small businesses already under the pressure. And now, Deputy Speaker, the government has made the decision to halve the fuel excise and reduce the heavy vehicle road user charge, and this will make a difference. Halving the fuel excise is expected to cut prices from around 26 cents per litre over the next 3 months, and that is meaningful relief that will be felt at the Bowser, in household budgets and across small businesses trying to keep their doors open. Reducing the heavy vehicle road user charge is also an important step. It helps take pressure off the freight sector, and as we know, when freight costs come down, that flows through to the cost of goods on supermarket shelves and in local stores. These announcements are welcome, but also overdue. And while this relief is important, we must also be honest about the broader economic context. Measures like this, without profit offsets, risk adding to inflationary pressures, effectively pouring fuel on the inflation fire. And that is why it is so important that the government pairs short-term relief with credible long-term plans. After several weeks, it was encouraging to finally see the government outline a national fuel security plan, but, Deputy Speaker, that plan remains light on detail. Australians have not been given clear, quantifiable trigger points for what happens next. There is still no transparent framework for how supply disruptions will be managed or how decisions will be made in the national interest. The reality is this: we still do not have a clear, workable plan to ensure fuel accurately gets to the service stations that have run dry and to the agricultural sector that grows the food and fibre for our nation. The Prime Minister's decision to underwrite supply may sound significant, but it does little to address the immediate problem facing communities right now: empty bowsers and high prices. We are told that there is enough fuel in the system. If that is the case, then the question is simple: why is it not getting to where it is needed? And Australians deserve answers. They also deserve confidence that the government will not resort to heavy-handed mandates that disrupt markets and create further uncertainty. We do welcome the government's offer of a briefing on these new powers, and we will engage constructively. But we will also scrutinise any legislation closely to ensure that any extraordinary powers granted during the energy crisis are matched with appropriate and proportionate checks and balances. Now, Deputy Speaker, I turn to the second issue, and that is mobile connectivity. The Coalition is calling for submissions to a Senate inquiry into the telecommunications legislation amendment, Universal Outdoor Mobile Obligation Bill 2025. This inquiry is a crucial opportunity for residents of the Flynn and regional Australia more broadly to have their say. Because in communities like ours, reliable mobile coverage is not a convenience, it is a necessity. It can mean the difference between safety and isolation. It underpins our emergency responses, supports our businesses and keeps families connected. Yet despite the importance of this issue, the government's proposed legislation raises some serious questions. At its core, the bill places a vague obligation on the telecommunications providers to deliver reasonable access to outdoor mobile connectivity on an equitable basis, but it fails to clearly define what that actually means in practice. What does reasonable access look like in a rural and remote community? How do these obligations be enforced, and how can we be confident that this will deliver real improvements on the ground rather than just more promises? These are not minor details. They go to the heart of whether this policy will succeed or fail. Deputy Speaker, I've said before, and I'll say it again, the people of regional Australia are tired of being sold announcements instead of outcomes. They do not want glossy headlines. They want a signal on their phone when they need it most. They want to be able to pick up the phone and make a call when they need to. They want to be able to receive a two-factor authentication text message to log into internet banking, for an example. And this is what they are asking for. Deputy Speaker, I speak with constituents across the Flynn electorate who still deal with the daily dropouts, the black spots on major roads and the unreliable service in their homes and businesses. And this is not just frustrating, it is holding these communities back. Farmers cannot reliably access real-time data. Small businesses miss opportunities. Families cannot stay connected. And in emergencies, whether it be a road accident, a fire or a medical episode, patchy coverage can have serious consequences. I've heard stories of people driving kilometres just to make a phone call, or standing in one specific spot outside their home to get 1 bar of reception. And this is the reality for 2026 that too many Australians living out there outside the major cities have to contend with, and it's just simply not good enough. If this government is serious about closing the digital divide, then we must move beyond vague language and start delivering clear, enforceable outcomes. We need defined service standards, transparent reporting and consequences where obligations are not met. We need investment that actually targets known black spots, not just broad commitments that are difficult to measure. Without these elements, there is a real risk this legislation becomes another missed opportunity, well-intentioned but ultimately ineffective. And that is why it is so important that local people have their voices heard. And I am encouraging residents, farmers, businesses and community organisations across the electorate of Flynn to make submissions to the Senate inquiry. This is your opportunity to share your experiences, highlight the gaps and help shape a better outcome. Your voice matters because no one understands the challenges of regional connectivity better than the people that are actually living there. Submissions close on the 8th of April 2026 and there may also be opportunities to give evidence at public hearings. Deputy Speaker, both these issues, fuel and connectivity, go directly to the cost of living, to economic opportunity and to the quality of life in regional Australia. They are not abstract policy debates, they are real issues affecting real people. We welcome action where it is taken, but we will continue to hold the government to account to ensure that that action is timely, effective and delivers real results for people that we represent. Because in regional communities, when fuel prices rise, everything becomes more expensive. Getting to work, putting food on the table and keeping small businesses running. And when connectivity fails, it is not just an inconvenience, it cuts people off from essential services, education and emergency support. These challenges compound disadvantage and widen the gap between the regions and our metropolitan cousins. Our communities deserve better. They deserve certainty, fairness and the infrastructure needed to thrive just to get by.
I thank the member for Flynn and I call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. With today being the last sitting day in March, I want to take a moment to reflect on what has been an incredibly busy and productive month in this place. When I look back at everything we've achieved, one theme stands above the rest for our government, and that is delivery. Because delivery is what happens when you have a government with adults at the table focused on our communities. A government that looks and sounds like Australia, a government that is committed to ensuring that no one is held back and no one is left behind in our pursuit of a better future for all Australians. This month, we've delivered real practical support to Australians. We know that global uncertainty is putting pressure on households. Conflict overseas is driving up fuel prices. Inflation has stretched family budgets. And every Australian feels it when they fill up their car, drop the kids off at school, pay their bills or do their weekly shop. So we've acted. We halved the fuel excise for 3 months to make petrol and diesel cheaper right now. We released 20% of Australia's fuel reserves to stabilise supply. We've temporarily adjusted fuel standards to keep more fuel flowing. And we appointed a National Fuel Supply Task Force Coordinator to ensure coordination across the country. Australians deserve relief when they need it most. We doubled penalties for petrol companies engaging in price gouging because there is simply no excuse for exploiting Australians, especially during a crisis. That's not the way we do things here. That's not the Australian way. Our government, though, will always stand up for consumers. At the same time, as we're standing up for consumers, we've also backed Australian workers. This month, we supported a real wage increase for around 2.7 million minimum wage and award-reliant workers. These are the Australians who keep our economy moving, people who are often in lower paid roles, working often fewer hours, and people who tend to get hit hardest by cost of living pressures. Since coming to office, our support for real wage growth has already delivered over $9,000 in cumulative increases for minimum wage workers, and that's real money back into the pockets of working Australians. And we've done this responsibly, supporting wage growth while keeping inflation on a downward path and respecting the independence of the Fair Work Commission. Because economic management is about helping people today while securing stability for tomorrow. And I will never forget standing alongside the now Prime Minister in the 2022 election campaign when he was asked the question whether he supported a wage increase for the lowest paid workers in this country, and he said, absolutely. And he's absolutely committed, as we all have in this government, to looking out for the lowest paid workers in the country ever since. On that theme, I am the chair of the Committee on Employment, Workplace Relations, Skills and Training, and we've begun our inquiry into the National Employment Standards. These National Employment Standards govern the minimum entitlements that all Australian workers can access. And we've heard from the Fair Work Ombudsman and the Department of Workplace Relations as we determine whether those National Employment Standards are still fit for purpose in 2026, 16 years since they were first implemented. To do that, we need to meet workers where they are. So that means holding hearings right across the country, not just here in Canberra, to get direct evidence from people of different perspectives and experiences. This will include employers, industry, workers, academics, and other stakeholder groups right across the country. I'm very excited this important work is underway, and I really want to thank everybody who's taken the time to submit their thoughts to the inquiry. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is delivering tax cuts this year and next so that Australians can keep more of what they earn. We're also making medicines cheaper, we're expanding bulk billing, and we're providing targeted cost of living relief without fuelling inflation. That's what responsible government looks like. We're also delivering for Australia's future. This month, we strengthened our economic ties with Europe through a new trade agreement. This will contribute $10 billion annually to our economy. That means more Australian products reaching European markets, more opportunities for Australian businesses, and more jobs here at home. And it means cheaper European products at the checkout for Australian consumers. Because when we open doors for Australian exporters, we create opportunities for Australian workers. Deputy Speaker, we've also taken action to ensure Australians can retire with dignity. We have boosted superannuation savings for 1.3 million Australians, especially low-income workers who need it most. This reform reduces tax on super contributions and delivers fairer outcomes, particularly for women who make up more than half of low-income earners. Every single Australian deserves a secure retirement, and our reforms will ensure that everybody is able to have a dignified and secure retirement. This month marked International Women's Day, and I'm proud to stand as part of a government that is delivering real progress for women. We've helped close the gender pay gap to record lows. We've expanded access to the single parent payment, knowing that often tends to be women who take on the single parenting responsibilities. We've made childcare cheaper, and we're extending the paid parental leave to 6 months. For the first time too, we are paying superannuation on that paid parental leave. We've delivered the largest ever women's health package and made record investments to end gender-based violence. Progress for women does not happen by accident, it happens by choice. And our government's made that choice, and that's largely been informed too by the fact that we have a majority female government. When we have different voices sitting around the table, we're able to make these kinds of decisions. The Albanese Labor government is building a more sustainable and affordable energy future. New data this month shows Australians have installed 250,000 home batteries with our 30% discount. That means 1,667 households in my community of Chisholm are getting cheaper energy through the uptake of the Cheaper Home Batteries scheme. This means families can store cheap solar energy during the day and use it at night, cutting their power bills. It also benefits the entire system, reducing pressure on the energy grid and making our network more resilient. Australians know that investing in clean energy is not just good for the environment, it's good for their wallets. And across every single one of the initiatives I've outlined this afternoon, Deputy Speaker, there is a common thread, which is that our government is one that is focused on practical outcomes. Our government is helping Australians manage the cost of living, backing workers with fair pay, strengthening our economy through trade, supporting women and families, securing retirement incomes. We are making common sense reforms and listening to advocates. And we are building a cleaner, more resilient energy system. There are a number of other measures we've taken over the last month we've been here in Canberra, including taking important steps to protect Australians from discrimination based on their genetic information. Through reforms to strengthen genetic testing in life insurance, we are ensuring that Australians can access vital medical testing without fear that it will be used against them. Because no one should have to choose between their health and their financial security. This is what our communities expect of us, to stand here every day we're in Canberra and fight for good outcomes for them. I know that my community expects a government that takes responsibility, a government that steps up in times of challenge and that delivers, not just promises. And I think what we've seen this month demonstrates exactly that. That's what our government is focused on doing. I really can't wait to be back in my community of Chisholm, though, after a long month here in Canberra. And I want to take this opportunity to wish everyone a very safe and very happy Easter, and particularly to those communities of faith for whom this is a very important celebration. And for all of those workers who will be working over Easter, you absolutely deserve your penalty rates. And I will always work my hardest to protect those. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member for Chisholm. The question is that grievances be noted, and I call the member for Wright.
I do. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And can I start by offering my comments to my fellow Australians about the current crisis that finds itself at the feet of every Australian at the moment with reference to those that are exposed to fuel prices, those that are exposed to the lack of fuel. I think the last count there are over 900 service stations without fuel. Perplexing for some to think as to how this could happen when we are being told that we have the storage capacity in hand and that this is nothing other than panic buying by the Australian public. My task here with this grievance debate is not to come in here and join a Congo line of tit-for-tat blaming one or the other for the situation, the perilous situation that we find ourselves in, other than to have a conversation with the Australian public, a sobering conversation about what the coming months and potentially the coming years looks like. In the last 48 hours, I have been speaking with a number of constituents in my electorate who are reaching out, voicing their concern, and no better place than a grievance debate to raise those concerns and share them with the Australian public, and I'm sure those on the other side of the chamber are receiving exactly the same calls. I have a fuel distributor who sends 9 B doubles to the fuel terminal a week. He supplies 450 farmers. He supplies 2 councils, shire councils. He supplies 6 service stations and 3 bus companies. Last week he was down to 2 B double loads, and the distributors have told him that there's no fuel this week. So can you imagine what his business model looks like when it comes to clients ringing him right in the middle of a harvest time? So those growers that I said that he represents, we got some type of idea of what an essential service looked like during COVID. If we don't have those farmers with the diesel that they require to plant the food to put on the plates of Australians in months' time, the crisis that we face now of not having diesel falls into insignificance when we don't have food to put on the shelves. I just make that point. And I make these points to outline what we need to be doing as a government to making sure that we are trying to inoculate ourselves from every case scenario. Last week, there were 2 bills that were introduced into the House. One was to deal with the fuel crisis. One was a bill to deal with increasing the fines for the ACCC on regulators or fuel suppliers who may be taking the opportunity to gouge. And the second part of the bill that was came through the House concurrently was allowing the transport sector to pass on the fuel levy. 7 out of 10 transport operators may have entered into contracts, long-term contracts with suppliers. I know when I was a transport operator, I had rise and fall contracts, provisions in my contracts that allowed when fuel went up to pass that through, and subsequently when fuel went down, that those savings would go back to head contractors, multinationals. But I do understand that there's a whole swathe of independent operators that don't have that complexity, that level of sophistication in their contract agreements, and are taking the opportunity now that fuel has raised, has near on doubled, just to simply park their trucks up. And we've all heard the phrase that without trucks, without the transport sector, our nation stops. And that is a dire situation, and it's incumbent on us to find solutions to keep our transport sector moving and to keep our truckers rolling. I also have had the conversations, there have been conversations in this place with risk assessors, those who will make assessments on this current conflict and assess into the price of the financial markets, the insurance markets, into the future, how this affects their business. So take, for example, bond rates and what they look like into the future. So if we have a conflict, so what assessors will do is they'll take a short-term risk assessment, they'll take a mid-term and a long-term. God willing, the short-term risk assessment, as this is over and done in a matter of weeks, if not months, and the Strait in the Middle East, Hormuz Strait, is reopened, and we see some return to normality. We as a country have little or no influence over that geopolitical landscape. So as a result, we then take a look at what the second mid-term risk looks like. Troops on the ground, a 12-month insurgence, and worst case scenario that the risk assessors are genuinely making provisions around is a 4-year conflict. And when they make the predictions on a 4-year conflict, they're doing that around previous conflicts, Iraq, Afghanistan, those timeframes. We all remember the words that the Russian President Putin said, that he'd be in and out of Ukraine in 8 days. 3 years later, they are still heavily entrenched with each other's conflict. So there's a real possibility that this could last 4 years. The risk assessments are being done now. So let's take that as our starting point. And can I assure you that when those farmers who I said at the beginning of my speech, who are ringing me, telling me about their problems with a lack of fuel, that fuel is going to be the least of their problems if this is going on for 2 or 3 or 4 years. Fuel is going to be the least of their problems. Because if they've got fuel in the trucks and they don't have fertiliser, which is another commodity, which is a fuel-based petroleum byproduct, comes predominantly from gases through the urea that we need to make nitrogen, a component which has revolutionised the agricultural sector with its yields. Fertiliser now is the single most valuable commodity when we're doing our inputs into a crop. If we don't have fertiliser, and the other concern we have is AdBlue. Now, during COVID, with those commodity inputs, but if we're still having this conversation in 2, 3, 4 years, as I said to my growers, the inputs that you're worried about fuel today will fall into insignificance when the inflationary effects of fuel, fertiliser, AdBlue and all the other costs. And remember, when you go to a shop and you buy something that's packaged in plastic, your fruit and vegetables, all that plastic and all that packaging is a byproduct of fuel. So when fuel goes up, you just don't feel it at the bowser, you'll feel it across every commodity when you go to the checkout. So that inflationary effect that will flow through has the potential, and Westpac are making these predictions already for the short term, for the 12 months. They're projecting on our current trajectory that interest rates in Australia alone will move 3 basis points by the end of the year. By the end of the year. That's sobering. So if this continues and you're doing 3 basis points a year, that's close to 4%, with some ebbs and flows over 3 or 4 years. Can you imagine the effect that will have on the Australian public? It is incumbent on us as a government to not be doing everything possible, but to be acting now. A wise man once said, the smartest time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, to be able to sit in the shade of it. The smartest time now to be building the infrastructure that we need to be able to manufacture our fertiliser, to manufacture and be independent of our own AdBlue supplies and our fuel sovereignty is now, and I want to work with the government on bringing solutions that protect every single Australian. Thank you, Speaker.
I thank the member for Flynn, and I call the member for Moore.
Deputy Speaker, I rise on the motion that the grievance has been noted, and I want to raise a grievance about fuel security, and more specifically about the way those opposite have chosen to conduct themselves in this moment. Australians can see what's going on globally. Instability in the Middle East, pressures on supply chains, increased demand, and the Australian people, we all feel it every time you pull into a servo. It's not abstract, it's not theoretical, it is a real supply challenge. And in that environment, this government has acted. The Energy Minister, Chris Bowen, hasn't been sitting back issuing commentary. He's been intervening directly to keep fuel moving. That includes forcing suppliers to get fuel into regional and independent servos that were running dry. Not asking nicely, just making it happen. Because when supply tightens, you don't just hope the market sorts itself out. And we're getting ahead of the problem because we want to step in and make sure Australians aren't left stranded. And alongside that, we've released fuel from stock holdings to boost supply, adjusted standards to bring more fuel into the system and coordinated nationally across governments and industries. And that is what managing a supply shock looks like. The grievance is what we're seeing from those opposite, because instead of contributing constructively, unlike the member for New England, they've defaulted to a familiar routine. They're like that kid from school that didn't do the work in the group assignment, nowhere to be found when it actually mattered, and then somehow rocked up at the end, hand out, ready to take all the credit. And the problem is, Mr. Speaker, this isn't the first time. Sorry, Deputy Speaker, apologies. This is not the first time we've seen this. Because when they were in government, when they actually had responsibility, what did they do? They oversaw the closure of 4 out of the 6 refineries in this country. And we were told it wouldn't matter. Now we know exactly how much that matters. Because once that capability is gone, you're more exposed. You are more dependent on imports. And you are far more vulnerable when global conditions turn against you. They've talked about minimum stock holdings, but never delivered them. And in what may be one of the most remarkable decisions in energy policy in this country's history, they spent close to $100 million storing fuel, not here in Australia, but in the United States, 14,000 kilometres away. That is not a backup plan. That's a postcard. And this is where the Minister has been very clear. In a crisis, you don't just observe the market, you make sure it works. I didn't come here as into this place as someone who worked behind a desk. I was a sparky. I worked all across Western Australia. I've worked in the Pilbara, I've worked in Kalgoorlie, I've worked all across the state. And I can tell you, the systems don't care who takes credit. They either work or they don't. They either have reliable inputs or they fail. And fuel is one of those inputs. And when that input is disrupted, the consequences don't stay contained, they spread. Through freight, through construction, through supply chains, and ultimately into the cost of living. And that's why this matters. That's why fuel has been directed into regional areas. It's why supply has been increased. It's why coordination has been stepped up, because the alternative is what we saw under those opposite, a system left exposed, hoping global security would remain stable. And as we are seeing now, that is not something you can rely on. Deputy Speaker, this isn't just about fuel, this is a pattern. The Liberal Party has spent years claiming to be the better economic managers, but that reputation rested on the work done by Labor, the hard reforms, the structural changes, the difficult decisions taken under leaders like Paul Keating. Labor does the heavy lifting. These guys just inherit the benefits and then claim the title. And now we're seeing the same thing play out again. And this matters in places like Moore, because fuel isn't optional. It affects people commuting across Perth's northern suburbs, small businesses trying to keep costs down, and supply chains bringing goods into our community. And while Moore is metropolitan, it is connected to regional WA, to freight, to agriculture, to the broader community. And when fuel supply tightens, the impact doesn't stay in one place. It flows through everything. Deputy Speaker, the grievance is simple. Those opposite had the opportunity to strengthen fuel security, and they didn't. Now they seek to criticise the work required to manage that reality. And true to form, you can't build. You cannot fix a fuel. You cannot build an oil refinery in 4 years.
Please address your comments through the chair.
Apologies. They now seek to criticise the work required to manage that reality. And true to form, they've turned up at the end of the assignment to take credit for the work they didn't do. Meanwhile, this government is getting on with the job, keeping fuel moving, keeping systems, keeping fuel moving, keeping the system functioning, and making sure Australians are protected as much as possible from the global shock. Because what we're seeing from the opposite right now, you can see it is an absolute performance. We have a serious attempt to deal with a complex problem, and it comes with all the energy and indignation, again, of school kids insisting that after they copied someone else's homework. Now, that might be convincing if they'd actually done any of the homework in the first place. And Australians understand what is going on here. Because again, while those opposite have been busy making claims, this government has been focused on three things. Focusing on understanding the situation in real time, coordinating across the system and acting early to keep supply moving. And that starts with information. You cannot manage fuel security if you don't know what's happening across the network, what's in storage, what's moving through terminals, where disruptions are emerging, and that is why this government has strengthened the information coming in. Weekly reporting, new powers that require data, and direct visibility over supply and distribution. Because if you're flying blind in a situation like this, you're already behind. The second piece is coordination. Fuel doesn't move in neat, isolated boxes. It moves across jurisdictions, across industries, and across supply chains that are tightly linked. So our response reflects that. And why we've brought this industry together, transport industry, transport operators, and the agricultural sector. And it's why we've activated the national coordination mechanisms, because in a disruption, what matters is making sure fuel gets to where it is needed most. And the third piece is acting early, not waiting for the crisis to fully land. We're not scrambling once shortages appear, but by stepping up early to expand supply and ease pressure. And that is why these measures like releasing stock holdings and adjusting standards, that's what they're all about. It's not theory, they're not announcements. These are, again, practical steps to keep the system moving. Because, again, if your fallback is on another continent, you're not strengthening the system, you're distancing it from where it's actually needed. So when we hear those opposite now claim urgency, it's reasonable to ask that where was that urgency when those decisions were being made? Where was the focus on resilience, on capability, on preparedness? Because you don't get to ignore those questions and then claim ownership of the solution now. And you certainly don't get to accuse others of copying your work when what you left behind wasn't a plan, it was a gap. Now, Deputy Speaker, right now the difference is clear. On this side, there is a focus on information and acting early to protect Australians. On the other side, there is a lot of noise, a very loud insistence that the work being done now there's their idea all along, and, Deputy Speaker, Australians can see through that. They know the difference between preparing for a challenge and reacting to it after the fact. And when it comes to fuel security, that difference matters. Because this debate isn't about credit. It's about whether the country is ready when it counts. And that is exactly what this government is focused on delivering. Thank you.
I thank the member for Moore, and I call the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Never before has the conversation around energy, affordability, security and the cost of living received more attention from this government than it has now. It is disappointing that it has taken the national fuel crisis, driven by the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, to bring that urgency. Families and small businesses in my communities are living with this reality, have been living with this reality for years without meaningful action that helps those struggling the most. Since November 2023, that's over 30 months ago, when I first questioned the Prime Minister and the government about cutting the fuel excise, I have raised this issue again and again in this House. Public transport in Fowler is limited. Buses and trains do not run nearly regularly enough for shift workers or late enough to get them home. Many households are multi-generational, caring for elderly relatives, raising children, running small businesses. More than one car is not a luxury, it is a necessity. And yet it has taken a national crisis, with petrol now above $2.50 a litre and diesel above $3.20 for this government to act. I welcome the fuel excise cut, as I mentioned, but it shouldn't have taken an international crisis. What my community has often received instead are announcements that benefit those already ahead, while those barely surviving are left behind with false hope. Deputy Speaker, constituents have contacted my office frightened and concerned, and rightly so. Their telephone and data plan has gone up. Labour and travel rates for contractors for small businesses that small businesses rely on have also increased overnight. Wholesale coffee price has gone up, and goods delivery now carries a fuel surcharge. These are the increases the majority of people in Fowler cannot absorb. These are not isolated incidents. They are the ripple effects of a fuel crisis flowing directly into the homes and small businesses of Western Sydney. And I ask the government, do you genuinely believe that the 3 free hours of solar energy between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. will cover the higher phone bill, the dearer contractor, the more expensive shopping basket, and all of the other increases that ordinary working Australians are having to deal with right now? Because my community does not believe that, and neither should this House. Deputy Speaker, this crisis has exposed something far deeper than a temporary price spike. As we know, Australia earns about $385 billion a year exporting our energy resources to the world, and LNG alone earns around $65 billion. Yet we import 90% of our refined fuel at the cost of nearly $60 billion, making refined petroleum our single largest import by value. Not iron ore, not machinery, petrol. We export our gas and crude oil offshore to be refined and buy it back at a world price. And I can refer to the member for Kennedy who constantly makes the point that we sell our oil for $8 billion and buy it back for $62 billion. In 2022, Australia, remember that we are the largest island continent. We held 310 days of strategic fuel reserve. Today, we hold barely 30 days of diesel. We are the only IEA member that has failed to meet the mandatory 90-day reserve requirement since 2012. In 20 years, we went from a near self-sufficient to critically vulnerable, and no government sounded the alarm until the Strait of Hormuz closed. And this is not about fuel at the Bowser. Diesel moves our food. It runs the trucks carrying produce to the supermarkets, the fruit shops, the halal butchers, the small grocers in Fowler. Analysts warn a prolonged diesel shortage could spike food prices up by 50%. When that happens, it's not the wealthy suburbs that feels it first. It is communities like mine, in Fowler, that will feel it. Fuel security is food security, and this government has treated both as an afterthought. Now let me turn to the solar sharer. The scheme promises 3 hours of free electricity during peak solar generation. The minister says it is for everyone, but the design tells a different story. My community is made up of labourers, tradies, nurses and small business owners. They are not at home at midday. Their energy use peaks between 5 p.m. and 9 p.m, exactly when this policy provides no benefit. And when retailers provide 3 free hours, those costs do not disappear. They are recovered through higher prices outside that window. During the very hours, my community is cooking dinner and keeping the lights on for their families, and often they are large families. Independent economists warn that low-income renters risk cross-subsidising wealthier households to charge electric vehicles for free. That is not energy equity. The scheme also requires a smart meter and active opt-in. Around 42% of Fowler residents are renters, many from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. Navigating retailer websites and restructuring routines around a midday window will always leave the most disadvantaged behind. And it's centred the solar sharer in a deeply flawed because what about the rainy days when there is little solar? Will power still there be free and all this demand break the grid? So I'm calling on the government to do 3 things. First, commit to a binding, publicly reported roadmap toward the IEA 90-day fuel reserve obligation. The PM has cited infrastructure constraints, and I understand them. But we are the only IEA member not even trying. Set the milestone, fund the storage, be accountable to a plan. Second, Bring forward the domestic gas reservation policy now, not 2027. 93% of our LNG is exported while Australian families cannot afford to heat their homes. We are a gas-rich nation. Our people should benefit first, and we need to tax this resource fairly. Third, replace the solar sharer with a genuine solar equity program. The government's own community solar banks program and the Solar for Apartment Residence scheme have proven that the model works. Shared rooftop solar for public housing and apartment buildings in low-income postcodes, but they are funded at a token scale. The Community Solar Banks program covers just 25,000 households nationally. That is not a program, that is a pilot. Scale it up. Fully subsidised solar panels for low-income and multicultural communities locked out of the current scheme. Give a renter in Cabramatta, a pensioner in Fairfield or Liverpool, and a single mother out in southwest Sydney a genuine and lasting reduction in their energy bill. Not a theoretical saving between 11 and 2 p.m. on a weekday, because some days it rains and it's cloudy. Deputy Speaker, the phone bills are going up. The contractors cost more. The supply chain's costing. Groceries cost more. And the government's answer is 3 free hours that most of my community cannot access. 3 free hours is not a cost of living strategy. 90 days of excise relief is not a fuel security plan. Telling Australians not to panic while releasing emergency reserves is not leadership. Leadership is building the storage. It's reserving our own gas for our own people. Leadership is putting solar on the roof of every public housing block and apartment building in the most disadvantaged postcodes in this country. The people of Fowler are watching, and so is the nation. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Fowler, and I call the honourable member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the most pressing challenges facing our region, that's the Macarthur region, is the urgent need for better infrastructure in southwest Sydney. Thank the member for Fowler for that. The urgent need for better infrastructure across our whole region, across the Campbelltown and Camden LGAs and the surrounding local government areas of Liverpool, Wallandilly and Winchicarabi, which encompasses the Southern Highlands and the area between Camden and the Southern Highlands. We continue to see exponential population growth. However, the investment into infrastructure and other critical services has failed to keep pace. This is a critical area for many of the young families that are moving to Macarthur. For too long, the approach, particularly under the coalition state governments, was simple: approve the housing, watch the growth, but fail to deliver the infrastructure that makes those communities livable. For example, we had brand new suburbs in areas that were farms being filled with young families, with young children, but no schools. They had to beg for schools in their areas in spite of what was promised. Today, our residents are paying the price. Every resident I speak with, regardless of their political leanings or their socio-economic demographic, is feeling the strain of this. It frustrates me greatly, as our region is part of the ever-important economic powerhouse that is Western Sydney. Yet we are being held back from thriving due to the lack of infrastructure investment. I'd like to congratulate the Prime Minister for his very strong commitment to our area, and particularly with his announcement last year that our federal Labor government will invest over $1 billion for land acquisition for a future rail corridor linking southwest Sydney to the brand new Western Sydney Airport, where flights will start from October. This is a critical step in addressing the long-standing transport gap that our region faces, and this funding is specifically for preserving and securing key growth area land between Macarthur and the new, soon-to-be-opened Western Sydney Airport. This safeguards this corridor for future rail construction, which I continue to urge the New South Wales Government to build. They've built rail infrastructure in other areas, but for some reason they are refusing to provide public transport that is urgently required to the Macarthur region. It's unacceptable that the state government has failed to match the pace of growth in southwestern Sydney with proper infrastructure, and I feel that residents are becoming even more aware of this. Western Sydney Airport is a momentous economic opportunity for southwest Sydney, yet the absence of an integrated rail network to Campbelltown, Leppington and Camden, and further on to Picton and Wallandilly, and connecting with the Wollongong area, risk losing a wonderful opportunity for a connectivity in our area that people in the inner cities, the North Shore and the eastern suburbs get and we deserve but don't get it. Commuters don't have an efficient means of travelling around our area and beyond other than their cars. We have poorer air quality because of the funnel-like effect of the Sydney Basin, and yet we have many, many trucks and cars that could be taken off the road if we had proper public transport infrastructure. This perspective is lacking from those within planning and infrastructure departments. In fact, I did call some years ago for a Royal Commission into infrastructure in New South Wales. South West Sydney residents often travel the furthest for employment. They often spend more time on trains and roads, particularly in their cars, spend more money on tolls and now more money on fuel, and have less time with their family or looking after themselves. Kids even have to travel for university, they have to travel for work, they have to travel for everything they do. This leads to really significant cost of living pressures and, of course, healthcare problems. As I mentioned, we have poor air quality, we have a very high incidence of asthma and chronic respiratory disease such as COPD. When residents are time poor, they're more likely to eat less healthily, and we have a very high incidence of diabetes. And interestingly, there is a diabetes summit happening in Parliament today, and Western Sydney diabetes programs led by David Simmons in South West Sydney and Glenn Mabley in Western Sydney are prominent in the speakers today. Worth listening to because they talk about the social determinants of health, and that's certainly true in the diabetes, obesity and broader health space. We have rising diabetes rates across southwestern Sydney, very low physical activity rates in adults and now in children, and more chronic diseases such as heart disease, peripheral vascular disease, etc. It makes me so frustrated with the lack of proper infrastructure investment in our region, not just as a doctor, but as someone who sees the poor health that has a socio-economic basis. I'm really frustrated with the lack of foresight and understanding from those who can make a real difference, such as planning departments, health departments, and politicians, particularly in the New South Wales government level. We hear that the rail hasn't started yet because it will cost so much money, yet how much money is being wasted on peripheral projects that really don't have much social return in other areas. We don't look at this as an investment in people's health and in our society, rather as a costly afterthought. This wasn't thought of when they were developing the Sydney Metro projects to areas like Parramatta, yet we have nothing in southwest Sydney. 50% of the Greater Sydney population lives in Western Sydney, with hundreds of thousands expected to come over the next decade or so. This means more strain on exhausted infrastructure, more traffic, more pollution, and more health pressure on residents and social pressures. I recently hosted a regional round table with the Mayor of Penrith, Todd Carney, with the Parks Forum, which is a collection of Western Sydney mayors and general managers, including Wallandilly, Camden, Campbelltown, and Liverpool. I'd like to also thank the members for Werriwa and the members for Hughes for attending also, and for their valuable contributions and advocacy for greater investment in our region, particularly for infrastructure. We spoke about the need for better transport and better healthcare infrastructure in our booming regions, and all attendees, regardless of their political party, interestingly, agreed. They all agree that infrastructure is the biggest need in our area. We just need to get it done. I'm again calling on the New South Wales Government to invest in and provide the transport and healthcare infrastructure our region needs. The strain on the emergency departments at our hospitals, including Campbelltown and Liverpool, grow day by day. These two healthcare institutions are bursting at the seams, and that collectively they serve a region of over 1 million people. We are trying to help the New South Wales Government and ease the burden on New South Wales hospitals by rolling out Medicare urgent care clinics across southwest Sydney, and that's a great thing. The Campbelltown Urgent Care Clinic opened in December 2023 and has had nearly 28,000 presentations to date. This takes significant pressure off our emergency departments. About 25% of these presentations would have been admitted to hospital through the emergency department, but instead they went to the urgent care clinics and were able to be treated without hospitalisation. In total, our federal Labor government continues to help take the pressure off the New South Wales government by delivering Medicare urgent care clinics, has record investment to expand bulk billing incentive for all Australians, Medicare mental health clinics, the 1800 Medicare line, cheaper medicines for every Australian, and recently we announced an additional $25 billion for public hospitals across the country. I am therefore calling again on the New South Wales Government to help take the pressure off southwestern city residents and for them to invest and deliver infrastructure and services we so desperately need. Our schools were built and designed in the 1960s, are urgently in need of repair. Campbelltown Performing Arts School, which is a wonderful school, and has had some amazing graduates in the performing arts space. Yet their performance hall is almost 40 years old. It's just not fit for purpose. Yet Campbelltown residents are expected to put up with this in the major performing arts school for 500,000 people. And yet the school is basically falling down. And it's true of many other schools in the area. One positive note is the state government is investing in preschools attached to some of our local schools, and this is very important, but more needs to be done. We could do much more if only the state government would recognise the need for infrastructure in the Macarthur region. I look forward to continuing to press for this, and I won't stop until it's done. Macarthur residents deserve better. Thank you.
I thank the member for Macarthur. There being no further grievances, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. The Federation Chamber stands suspended until 4 p.m.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Last Friday, I had the great privilege of attending the Local Sounds music event at Caracal House in Hawthorn. For 40 years, Servants Community Housing has provided people on low incomes with safe, affordable, endless lease community housing. Servants Community Housing was established in 1986 when members of the Hawthorn West Baptist Church decided to do something about the closure of a local rooming house in Hawthorn. It has since evolved into one of Victoria's most respected community housing providers. Servants Community Housing has a unique model which empowers nearly 100 residents. With shared meals, live-in house managers and opportunities to engage with social enterprises, Servants Community Housing provides residents with dignity and hope. Many residents have lived through significant challenges: mental illness, domestic violence, disability, trauma and homelessness. Servants doesn't just give them a home, it gives them a community. And I'd like to sincerely thank Amanda, Donald, Jaden, Michaela, Geordie, Grace, Mark and the rest of the Servants team for inviting me to be part of that community. Visiting Servants Community Housing reminded me that while over 20,000 Victorians live in community housing, demand still remains unmet for affordable social and community housing. Homelessness is a cycle in which too many Australians are caught, with too many in our communities only one bad month or one missed paycheck away from a crisis. While organisations like Servants Community Housing provide specialised support and subsidised rent for adults, many at-risk young people continue to miss out on social housing opportunities. Despite significant investment through the Housing Australia Future Fund, subsidised rents can still exceed what many young unhoused Australians can afford. It's a disgrace to this country that nearly a quarter of Australia's homeless population is aged between 12 and 24 years. Deputy Speaker, further targeted half rounds and a youth housing supplement would bridge that gap, would give young people better access to existing social housing and make it possible to build more homes specially designed for young people. Stable, affordable housing is a prerequisite for employment, education and training. A youth housing supplement to help young people to access secure housing wouldn't just be good social policy, it would be good economic policy. So I urge the government to take action to improve access to social and affordable housing in the forthcoming federal budget.
I call the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For those of us who are old enough, who can forget when Cathy Freeman won gold at the Sydney 2000 Olympics and proudly carried the Australian and Aboriginal flags on her victory lap? Or the electrifying semi-final between Australia's Matildas and England at the 2023 FIFA World Women's Cup. Women's sports matter on the world stage and at the local level. A couple of Sundays ago, in my electorate of Boothby, the Glenelg District Cricket Club women's team took home their first ever first-grade women's premiership. History was made and records were broken. Ellie Johnston set a new women's first-grade fielding record with 4 outfield catches. Eleonora La Rosa and Kate Peterson set a women's first-grade record with an impressive second-wicket partnership of 125. The team's captain, Kayla McGrath and Courtney Webb, set another record with an unbeaten fourth-wicket partnership of 97 that ultimately won them the game and earned Courtney the Jill Kinnair Medal for Player of the Match. Can I congratulate the women on the hard-won and much-deserved victory, and also the Glenelg District Cricket Club for cultivating a strong tradition of women's cricket. This is a moment of celebration. But like Cathy Freeman and the Matildas, these women represent something bigger than themselves. They represent the vibrancy and vitality of women's sport in Australia. Yet women continue to be paid far less than men in professional sports. We are underrepresented in leadership roles, and until the Albanese Labor government's Play Our Way program, we're only now making significant headway on the long-standing woeful lack of sporting facilities and infrastructure for women. Women's sport in Australia is expected to be worth $49 billion over the next 15 years, yet it receives only 10 to 12% of the total media coverage. The lack of representation and commercial funding does not match the rapidly growing interest in women's sport, not only in Australia but around the world, because women's success is Australia's success. The victory of the Glenelg women's cricket team 2 weekends ago is crucial in driving and maintaining this national narrative. As Sam Kerr, the captain of the Matildas, reflected, that's the legacy we want to leave, that we inspire the nation, that we move the nation to believe in women's football and to believe in the Matildas, and I would add, to believe in women's sport. Can I again wholeheartedly congratulate the women of the Glenelg District Cricket Club, and I very much look forward to celebrating with the team at their senior presentation night coming up. Thank you.
I call the member for Mackellar.
Thank you. Australians have long been proud to call our nation the land of a fair go, a place built on equality of opportunity, mateship, and the belief that everyone deserves their fair share. For those of us who grew up in the 60s, 70s and 80s, this was central to our identity and our pride. But things have changed, and it's our young people who are being left behind, something we should all find shameful. The divide between the haves and the have-nots is widening, driven overwhelmingly by access to home ownership. Since negative gearing and capital gains tax discount were introduced as paired concessions over 20 years ago, house prices have risen at twice the rate of wages. Sydney is now the second least affordable city in the world. Young Australians are working hard, saving what they can, paying down large HECS debts and living at home for longer. Yet the deposit required keeps racing ahead. For many, it has become a Sisyphean task. Negative gearing is also failing to deliver new housing supply, with 7 out of 8 investment loans going towards established properties. Tax-advantaged investors are simply outbidding first home buyers. As more Australians recognise that our housing tax settings are fuelling intergenerational inequity, the appetite for reform is growing. So, with the government considering housing taxation changes ahead of the May budget, I want to highlight recent evidence from polling, surveys, submissions and a local deliberative democracy conference that show clear and strong support for reform within my electorate of Mackellar. In June 2024, I hosted the Mackellar People's Jury on Housing in partnership with the New Democracy. 29 randomly selected Mackellar residents heard from a broad range of housing experts. Then they deliberated on their top policy recommendations. Prior to the day, we received 79 detailed submissions from Mackellar locals, which informed the jury's deliberations. The top recommendation, agreed upon by 28 of the 29 jurors, was for review and reform of Australia's housing taxation settings. I also conducted an online survey of people living in Mackellar. Of the 3,143 local respondents, a majority, 65%, supported changing the capital gains tax discount, with only 27% opposed to changing it. Lastly, polling by YouGov released just this week again backs this up, with figures showing 62% of people in Mackellar supporting housing tax reform. So the message is clear. Australians want a fair go restored, and this must include fairer housing tax settings.
I call the member for Tangi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. More than 28% of people in Tangi speak a language other than English at home. The top 10 languages used in home in Tangi included Mandarin, Cantonese, Indonesian, Tamil, Punjabi, Malayalam, Korean, Hindi, Italian, and Arabic. The languages of my childhood included Mandarin, Teochew, Hokkien, and Malay. But being multilingual has actually provided me with lots of opportunity to connect with so many people. Language have shaped who I am. I want to praise the 13 community language schools in Tangi that teach languages such as Punjabi, Tamil, Arabic, and also Hungarian. These schools have received the federal government's community language school grants to help strengthen their ability to help young Australians learn a language other than English. Alberta Primary School is a public Chinese-English bilingual school in Tangney. The school has a commitment to languages that is unmatched in the whole of Tangney. 15 years ago, Alberta Primary School principal Tim Bamel, he researches bilingual program in Melbourne and spent a lot of time with researchers learning about the advantages of bilingual brain. When the community, with the community support, Alberta Primary School started its Chinese immersion program for students from pre-primary to grade 6, year 6. Madam Speaker, I also would like to praise the whole school community for their effort to language learning, the students, parents, and all the school staff, many of them who do not speak English or Chinese as well, but they help and they give support for the whole school. I want to stress the importance of learning languages. Learning languages have helped to bridge divides. They connect us with one another. Parents often list the reason why languages learning is so important for employment opportunity, connecting with their heritage and culture. So learning a language, even as an adult, is a good one for our healthy brain. Lifelong bilingualism acts as a mental workout, but it is also for friendship. It is a shared experience that cannot be translated. It is a bond with our fellow Aussie and fellow human. I will encourage our community, young or old, to learn a language. In a few languages, I would like to say thank you. 谢谢, terima kasih, nandri, cảm
I call the member for Mallee.
Well said, I've got to say. Deputy Speaker, Labor's fuel supply crisis is undermining road safety, local government services and community life in regional Australia. In Conniva, Garoke and Eden Hope in the southwest of my electorate of Mallee, on the Victoria and South Australian border, the West Wimmera Shire Council can no longer afford basic road maintenance. Bitumen is too expensive. Communities are cutting back on essential travel and regional Australians are being left behind, despite the Prime Minister's promise to the contrary. Liquid fuels do not just power cars and farm machinery. They account for nearly half of Australia's total energy demand and is essential to farms, productivity, construction materials and, critically, bitumen. When fuel prices surge and supply tightens, the damage spreads quickly and deeply through the economy. Australia imports 80 to 90% of its liquid fuel. When costs rise, regional communities already at the end of their long supply chains are hit hardest and fastest. David, the CEO of West Wimmera Shire, has made it clear to me. Skyrocketing fuel and bitumen costs are forcing council to defer desperately needed road maintenance. Bitumen prices have surged as much as 35 to 40%, creating a road safety crisis. Regional councils are already financially stressed, and in Victoria, the condition of regional roads is frankly indefensible. Potholes stretch as far as the eye can see. Delaying repairs increases risk, putting motorists, freight operators, emergency vehicles and school buses, and therefore human lives, in danger every single day. Regional Australians should not be asked to accept unsafe roads because local governments cannot afford the fuel and materials required to fix them. Yet that is exactly what is happening. And the fallout does not stop with council services. In West Wimmera, people live vast distances from essential services. There is no free public transport, thank you to the Premier. Rising fuel costs and a lack of fuel are forcing pensioners, volunteers and families to make impossible choices. Leanne from Conniva told me I have had to cancel medical appointment because I can't get diesel from our local roadhouse for tests that can only be done in Horsham. She was referring to medical care. West Wimmera Shire Council has told me that people across their region are pulling back from community sport and stepping away from volunteering roles.
Members' time is up. I call the member for Swan.
We're not just talking about housing, Labor is building it. I'm thrilled that works have commenced in Swan, 171 new affordable apartments in Rivervale. This isn't just a construction update, this is real, tangible change for people in our community. And I want to take a moment to talk about who those people are, because behind every one of these 171 homes is a story that deserves to be told. Think about the nurse who finishes a double shift at 2 a.m. and faces a long commute home because she simply cannot afford to live close to the hospital where she works. Think about the veteran who served our country with honour and dedication and now struggles to find stable and affordable place to call home. These are the people that these homes are for. These are people who served our community, and they deserve to live in the community where they live and work. And we would love to call them our neighbours. Thanks to the Albanese government and the Housing Australia Future Fund, this development will deliver homes in well-connected locations, close to public transport, Great Eastern Highway, close to Graham Farmer Freeway, which is very close to the CBD, only 5 kilometres, and also close to essential services. Let's be honest, all Australians deserve to live in a home. These affordable homes will be prioritised for frontline workers, seniors, veterans, Indigenous Australians and women at risk of homelessness, including those who are leaving domestic violent relationships. This means that the people who hold our community together will not be priced out of it. This is a huge win for Swan. Now, I want to take a moment to talk about how it's being built, because it is genuinely awesome. This is a 12-storey development using prefabricated construction technology with structural components manufactured right here in WA, but not on-site, off-site. By building those elements off-site and assembling them in Rivervale, the team is able to deliver this with greater speed and consistency. So what's the result? These homes will be ready around 6 months sooner than a traditional build would allow. And as one of the builders put it, every month cut from a construction program is another month sooner that a nurse, a teacher, or a family doing it tough has a secure home to come back to. Or the quicker we build it, the quicker a house becomes a home. That's what real leadership looks like. Practical investment, homes built smarter, faster, better.
I call the member for Forest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And today I rise to give voice to the farmers, transport operators and primary producers across Western Australia's southwest, people left behind by failures at both the state and federal level. Some 26 key bridges have suddenly been downgraded, some to just 11 tonnes. 11 tonnes is not a safety limit, it is a regional blockade. It's heavier than many tractors and far below the weight of the milk tankers and livestock trucks that are essential for our food supply. Producers are being forced into long detours, higher fuel costs in an already high fuel cost environment, lost labour hours and, of course, reduced productivity. Worse still, heavy freight is being pushed onto local roads built for families, school buses and growing suburbs. You don't improve road safety by forcing 50-tonne road trains onto local roads in school zones. While millions and billions flow into Perth vanity projects, regional producers have simply been told to find a workaround. But you can't work around higher costs, lost income and the risk of fatal accidents. The people of South West WA do not want excuses, they want bridges that they and the businesses they depend on can actually drive on. Deputy Speaker, police officers have our backs every day, and it's time that we had theirs. Across Australia, police officers are facing more pressure than ever before. They're being asked to do more with less, all the while navigating a system that is making an already demanding job even harder. Too often they feel undervalued and unsupported by policies that fail to recognise the reality of frontline policing. We can and we must do more to stand with those who keep our communities safe, especially as Australians have never felt less safe in their own homes. So we're calling on the Albanese Labor government to cut taxes for police by extending the fringe benefit tax concessions already available to ambulance workers and other frontline workers. It's a straightforward, common-sense reform that would lift take-home pay by putting some $5,000 a year straight into the pockets of police and send a clear message that our police are genuinely valued. People across Forest are telling me that they want to back our officers and stand with the thin blue line that keeps us safe each and every day. Thousands have already signed my petition to do so, because it's time that we stood up for those men and women who wear the blue uniform every day, facing unknown dangers whenever they leave home. And this is a very simple reform that would make a meaningful difference to every single police officer across our country.
I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to celebrate the recent official opening of the Kennedy Retirement Village. The village was officially opened on the 16th of March, and the Kennedy Village is the product of an extraordinary act of kindness. Third-generation Bombala farming siblings, Herb and Laura Kennedy, passed away within days of each other in 2014. They bequeathed a generous amount of land and money to the Bombala community to construct a retirement village. The Kennedy Village is run by Sapphire Coast Community Aged Care and is located next to the Bombala Anglican Church, right in the centre of town. It has 15 two-bedroom, single-storey villas to meet the needs of the community. It is incredible to see this community work supporting one another in Bombala. Vale to Herb and Laura. I'm absolutely thrilled to share that the Eden Local Aboriginal Land Council has been recognised nationally, taking home bronze in the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Tourism Experiences category at the 2025 Australian Tourism Awards. What an incredible achievement. After celebrating gold at the New South Wales Tourism Awards, this national honour is a massive achievement for the entire Far South Coast and the wider Eden-Monaro community. This award is testament to the hard work and shared vision behind cultural tourism experiences at Jigamy and along the Bundian Way. I want to give a heartfelt congratulations to the dedicated tour guides, elders, managers and partners. This recognition cements the Far South Coast as a growing destination for truly authentic Aboriginal cultural tourism. I want to rise today to congratulate Benty Hart of Braidwood for being named the 2026 New South Wales Pharmacist of the Year by the Pharmaceutical Society of Australia. Bente is a credentialed pharmacist whose leadership, proactive approach to problem solving and unwavering commitment to rural and vulnerable populations have left a significant mark on the profession and the community she serves. Her outstanding work spans multi-purpose services and residential aged care homes, where she has led medication audits, supported national antimicrobial prescribing surveys and tackled quality improvement issues related to medications. These efforts have been vital in strengthening clinical governance and patient safety in rural health facilities. Bente is also dedicated to education, delivering training to nursing, medical and allied health staff to enhance medication safety and the quality use of medicines. She's played a key role in supporting pharmacists as they transition to new credentialing requirements for medication management reviews, ensuring that high-quality pharmacy continues to serve in rural communities. Beyond her professional responsibilities, Bente regularly volunteers at markets, offering health checks, medication advice and health education to community members. I'm sure the member for Dobell, a former pharmacist, joins me in congratulating Bente on this well-deserved recognition. You're an inspiration to us all.
I call the member for Monash.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise to congratulate the editor of the Warragul Gazette, Yvette Brand, and former editor of the Warragul Gazette, Carolyn Turner, on both being presented with Lifetime Achievement Awards by the Rural Press Club of Victoria last week. Yvette and Carolyn were both just 17 when they started their careers as cadet journalists at the Warragul Gazette, and these two women have risen through the ranks from cadet to editor while displaying an unwavering loyalty to the Gazette, journalism and our broader community. As journalists and editors, Yvette and Carolyn have both made significant and lasting impact on the West Gippsland community. They've told the stories of triumph, of grief and crisis, ensuring local voices and issues are heard. After almost 50 years at the Gazette, Carolyn retired in 2022. I've still been for a few spins on the bike around Darnham with her after that time, and she handed the reins to Yvette. Yvette joined the paper in 1990 and now leads the award-winning editorial team with integrity, innovation and an incredibly strong work ethic. I congratulate Yvette and Carolyn on their well-deserved Lifetime Achievement Awards, and there's a plaque that hangs above the editor's desk at the Warragul Gazette which says a good local newspaper is one of the best public assets that any district can possess, and that's a quote by Albert Harvey, the founding editor and owner, and I think that sums up the dedication of Yvette and Carolyn so very well. Last week, I had the great privilege of attending Farm World at Lardner Park. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've only missed a couple of Farm Worlds in 20 years. It is the hottest ticket in the Monash calendar. And despite fuel and fertiliser crisis, almost 30,000 people attended across the three-day event. And this underpins the importance of Farm World in connecting farming to our broader community and indeed many visitors from Melbourne and further afield. Farm World is a celebration of our region, our produce and our people, and it starts conversations about new technology, global trends and peer-to-peer support right here in our community. Farm World brings not only Gippslanders together, it invites people from city areas as well, and I want to commend Craig Debnam, the board, staff and volunteers from right across the community like Allen Bank Footy Club and the Lions Club as well. Last night I had the great privilege of co-hosting Just a Farmer, a film about mental health, resilience and regional communities with my co-host, the member for Patterson Merrill, Swanson. I am very grateful that the Speaker of the House of Representatives attended and the Minister for Agriculture. This film is incredibly important to regions right across Australia, and I encourage people in a regional community to have a look at their website, justafarmer.com.au, if you'd like to host a screening in your local community. Thanks to the production team.
I call the Assistant Minister.
Deputy Speaker, the Central Coast Veterans and Family Hub offers support to the more than 8,000 veterans and their families on the Central Coast. This includes tailored services to assist with employment, social connection and advocacy services, along with mental health and physical health support. Hearing from locals, I know the real difference this hub is already making for local veterans and their families, having fostered deep connections to our local RSL sub-branches and the wider community. Recently, I had the privilege of welcoming the Minister for Veterans Affairs and Minister for Defence Personnel, the Honourable Matt Keogh, to the hub. The Minister joined me in presenting certificates of appreciation to veterans and volunteers in recognition of their service. Among the recipients was Jamie, an Iraq veteran who now works at the hub as a services navigator. I'd like to acknowledge and thank Jamie, Kristen, Kelly and Melissa, the incredible team at the hub who day in and day out show up to support our local veterans and their families. Deputy Speaker, last year I was proud to announce that I had secured an endometriosis and pelvic pain clinic for the Central Coast, along with my colleagues and members for Shortland and Robertson. I'm pleased to update the House that the clinic will officially open on the 13th of April, offering vital women's health support and care. The clinic is located within the Central Coast Community Women's Health Centre, Wyoming, in my electorate of Dobell. It will provide multidisciplinary care for endometriosis and pelvic pain, as well as support for women like myself living with perimenopause and menopause. The clinic has recruited expert health professionals, including a senior specialist women's health, continence and pelvic floor physiotherapist, and a senior clinical nurse with women's health, community, sexual health and domestic violence experience. Our government is rolling out 33 clinics across Australia, a key part of our landmark women's health package, investing almost $800 million in funding to deliver improved healthcare and access for women and girls, including in the regions. Deputy Speaker, Central Coast children are now eligible for 3 days of subsidised early education and care each week under the Albanese Labor government's 3-day guarantee. The 3-day guarantee replaces the former Liberal government's activity tests, which meant children who most needed early learning were blocked because of their parents' work or study. Under our government's new 3-day guarantee, every child who needs it is eligible for 3 days of subsidised early learning each week. I recently had the opportunity to hear from staff at Good Start Tumbiumbi, who spoke of the difference the changes have made supporting local families by removing barriers. Centre Director Carly said, and I quote, "This change allows children to build a strong foundation of learning and to develop positive associations with the education process and begin their journey as lifelong learners. The impact seen at this age is one thing, but the impact that this can have on society for years to come is enormous."
I call the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It was Walt Disney himself who said that it's kind of fun to do the impossible. And for the people in my electorate of Dawson, the impossible has become a reality. While the big cities might think that they have a monopoly on magic, I'm here to tell the House that the red carpet is being rolled out so much further north. Not Melbourne, not Sydney, not even Brisbane. The spotlight has shifted because a world-class global showcase making an Australian premiere in central Queensland. Mackay has been hand-picked to host the legendary collection to bring Disney, the exhibition, 100 Years of Wonder, straight to the regions. This exhibition has enchanted audiences in London, Munich and Paris, yet it chose the heart of central Queensland to be its home. This is a whole new world for regional tourism. With rare artefacts, costumes and props from Disney archives, including the legends of Star Wars and Marvel, this is a magical opportunity for our families. For all our local cafes, hotels and small businesses, this is a zippity-doo-dah day for our economy. So, to the rest of the nation, I say, be our guest. Come to Mackay and see the magic for yourself. Because in Dawson, the dreams you dare to dream really do come true. Deputy Speaker, while we look forward to the magic storytelling that Disney will bring to Dawson, we are currently approaching a season that tells the greatest story of all. For my family and for so many families across Dawson, Easter is more than just chocolate and bunnies. It is a time for deep reflection on the ultimate sacrifice made on the cross and the profound miracle of the empty tomb. The resurrection is a message of eternal hope and the victory of light over darkness. The reality of the risen Christ is the truth that anchors our lives and provides the foundation for strong family units and makes our communities so resilient. In a world that can often feel divided, the Easter message of forgiveness and renewal remains a constant. It's a time to pause, to gather with our loved ones and to give thanks for the blessings we share in this great nation. I wish every person in Dawson a safe, happy and holy Easter. May your homes be filled with peace and may the true spirit of this season bring everlasting hope to us all.
Amen.
God bless.
Member for Dawson, and I call the Assistant Minister for Competition.
Deputy Speaker, bulk billing is at the very heart of Medicare. Labor created Medicare and Labor stands by the principle that when you go to the doctor, you should only need your Medicare card, not your credit card. And that is why, after seeing bulk billing rates in freefall under the former government, with Peter Dutton as Health Minister, we have made a record investment into Medicare. Labor has increased the bulk billing rebates for individuals and the bulk billing rebates for practices. We have made a historic investment in bulk billing with the target of seeing 9 out of 10 doctors' visits bulk billed by 2030. And in the ACT, which has historically had the lowest rate of bulk billing for every state and territory, we have put in place additional incentives. And I was really pleased to join my ACT colleagues, Senator Katie Gallagher, the members for Bean and Canberra, Dave Smith and Alicia Payne, in Tuggeranong last week for the announcement of the opening of a new clinic, Next Practice Deakin, putting in place a purely bulk billing practice. This is part of 3 new bulk billing clinics with the federal government as funding, with a $10.5 million bulk billing GP attraction initiatives. In my electorate, there will be Macquarie General Practice establishing the first fully bulk billing clinic in a very long time in Gungahlin. And all of those bulk billing clinics will be open by the 30th of June this year. When we came to office, there was only 10 fully bulk billing clinics in the ACT. Now there's 22, and that number is going upwards. That ensures that more Canberrans are able to see a doctor without worrying about their bank balance. They're able to see a doctor, show their Medicare card, and that's all it takes. And that's on top of what we've done to make medicines cheaper for Canberrans and for all Australians. When we came to office, the general patient co-payment had reached $42.50 a script. We have reduced it to $25, the lowest level in 2 decades. We've introduced 60-day prescriptions for eligible medicines, ensuring that patients can receive 2 months' supply on a single co-payment. We lowered the safety net threshold so more households qualify for more discounts on medicines. In the ACT, this has seen more than 5 million cheaper PBS scripts filled, with estimated patient savings of $46 million. That's $46 million back into the Canberra community, making life easier for households and strengthening the ACT economy. Only Labor is committed to Medicare, only Labor is committed to bulk billing, only Labor is delivering cheaper medicines.
I thank the Assistant Minister and I call the member for Grey.
Speaker, this Anzac Day we will come together to pause and reflect on the service and sacrifice of those who chose to stand and fight for this country. The day itself marks the moment when 16,000 Australian and New Zealand troops landed under fire on the shores of Gallipoli on April 25, 1915. A day and a battle that now underpins much of what we consider to be the core of the Australian spirit. Events unfolding around the world remind us how precious our peace and freedoms truly are. They underscore why the values of our Australian troops fought to protect remain as vital today as they were on the shores of Gallipoli. This Anzac Day, we honour the memories of more than 103,000 veterans who made the ultimate sacrifice. We remember and give thanks for the service of all of those who have fought for our freedoms throughout history and those who serve our country today. Australia is prosperous today because of those men and women who were prepared to fight when the call came in. We will remember them lest we forget. Speaker, recently we celebrated 2 fantastic events on the Yorke Peninsula. Midleton marked its incredible 150th anniversary, a huge milestone for an absolutely vital farming town. And my hometown of Butte, our local Lions Club celebrated 50 golden years of community service. For me, these 2 events perfectly illustrate the true spirit of the country. Speaker, our local communities just keep delivering for our region, no matter what gets in the way. And make no mistake, we are facing some very real challenges. Fuel issues are hurting everyone, and the algal bloom in the Spencer Gulf is causing real devastation for our coastal towns. It's a tough time for us all, but groups like the Butte Lions and the hardworking Midleton 150th Committee prove that our regional spirit is strong and resilient. With that resilience in mind, I want to encourage everyone to enjoy their Easter. I know that costs have risen and budgets are very tight. However, I ask those who can to please still travel and visit the coastal communities, visit the regions. Do your part, hit the road, make some memories, support our beautiful regions and the small businesses who make Easter in the country a magical, magical time. Thanks, Speaker.
I thank the member for Grey and I call the member for McEwen.
Thank you very much. And I hope the member for Grey should join the Lions Club because we really could do with more people in Lions. It's a great thing. Which is why I'm rising today to talk about a local legend, Jim France. Jim France joined the Lions back in 1996. He's been someone who, wherever there is a community need for volunteers, you will find Jim there without fail. An amazing human being, good Carlton supporters, but we'll skip that one for the minute. Recently, there was a great event held in Whittlesea where
Jim France was awarded a new award from Lions. He's been the president of Lions 4 times. He's been the club secretary 6 times, club membership chair 2 times, club service chair 1 time, and a director of 4 times. Jim was instrumental in helping out during the bushfires after Black Saturday, where we received the most devastating news across our community. But he was there all the time. He was there for the running of the golf day that we do in conjunction with the Rotary Club, also being involved in the famous Whittlesea Country Music Festival, and has done the hard yards. He's one of those fellas that will get up and go down and volunteer to clean the community barbecues, to make sure that when people come to our town, there's somewhere nice and clean to eat at the Lions Park. What was fantastic when Jim received his James D. Richardson Award, his Melville Jones Fellowship and Life Membership. But what was great also to see the community come together with the Whittlesea Rotary Club attending, with Zach, Des and old mate of mine, Lex DeMann, as they awarded the Paul Harris Fellow Award to Jim. Now what that means is Jim's not a Rotarian, but the respect that he has earned over his 30 years of decade of service to our community, where he's been helping anyone at any time, just shows the character of the man that Jim is. An amazing person. When you read the Lions Code of Ethics, it talks about holding friendship as an ends, not a means. To hold that true friendship exists not on account of the service performed by one to another, but a true friendship demands nothing and accepts service in the spirit of which it's given. When you read those Code of Ethics, Jim espouses that absolutely sensational. He is not a person who is there for the glory. He gets in there, he's there for the right reasons. And we know that often when you do these things, people often lose their passion for glory, but Jim is one who does it. And his wife, Robin, is also an exceptional member of the Whittlesea Club. Jim, as I said, is an amazing man. He's been a fantastic stalwart for the Whittlesea community. He's there at the Whittlesea show when we're selling our tickets to raise money for our community. And what it shows is that people who dedicate their time and energy across our communities are the backbone of what makes communities great. It's fantastic to be able to live in Whittlesea and know that Jim's around the corner, and I always know that he's going to be available to help our community whenever they're needed, whether it's working up money for defibrillators or cleaning barbecues. Jim France, well done, mate. You're an absolute star.
The member for McEwen, and I call the member for Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise today to recognise an extraordinary community organisation, Ski for Life. Now, that's an organisation which embodies the strength, the resilience and the compassion of regional Australia. Each year, over the March long weekend, teams from across Australia come together to undertake an incredible 3-day odyssey, water skiing over more than 450 kilometres of the Murray River from Murray Bridge to Renmark. This event, however, Madam Deputy Speaker, is about far more than water skiing over a long distance. At its heart, Ski for Life is about saving lives. It's a grassroots community-led movement dedicated to raising awareness for mental health, promoting wellbeing and preventing suicide, particularly in regional communities where these challenges are often felt most deeply and where stigma unfortunately remains stubbornly high. This year, more than 35 teams with around 400 skiers participated. These are people united not just by their love of the sport, their love of the river, but by a shared purpose. Together this year, they raised a whopping $463,103. These funds will enable Ski for Life to invest in grassroots programs, community projects and practical initiatives that strengthen connection, reduce stigma and ensure that no one has to face their struggles alone. Because what Ski for Life understands and what regional Australians know all too well is that mental health challenges don't take a break. They don't discriminate and they require more than awareness, they require action. Ski for Life takes that action through its grant programs, delivering funding to support local ideas, backing local leaders, empowering communities to take care of their own. Just as importantly, it's about starting a conversation. Honest, sometimes difficult, but necessary conversations that build a culture that says, you know what? It's okay to speak up. It's okay to seek help. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm incredibly proud of Ski for Life, including Chair Mark Facey, who is, quite frankly, the driving force who delivers so much of these positive outcomes. I want to thank all the volunteers, the crew, the many supporters behind the scenes, as well as every single participant who has taken to the water for a cause bigger than themselves. Madam Deputy Speaker, Ski for Life is more than an event. It's a movement of hope, a testament to community spirit and a powerful reminder that even the toughest journey can lead to life-changing outcomes. So, quite frankly, thank you to everyone involved. Your work is making a real difference. Your commitment is saving lives, and your example should be an inspiration to all Australians.
I thank the member and I call the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thursday the 31st of March last week was Thank Your Pharmacist Day. Local pharmacies are so much more than small businesses. They play such a significant role in the health of local communities, not just in medicine distribution, but the role that they play in maintaining the well-being of residents right across our communities is unparalleled. I want to acknowledge Ahmed and Sam Slatini from the Cincotta Discount Pharmacy in Macquarie Fields for the enormous role that they play in that community. Last week, they showed how much they give back to the community by hosting a world's greatest shave at the pharmacy. Sam once again went under the razor to raise funds for the Leukemia Foundation. It was great to have the support of the Ingleburn Rotary Club and the Ingleburn Eagles as they raised funds for this important cause. Thank you so much to Sam, Ahmed, the Eagles and Rotary for supporting this cause, but also for your efforts to bring the community together. Thank you and thank you to our many pharmacists for all you do for our community. I also want to remind residents of South Ward of Liverpool Council that there is a by-election on the 18th of April. For Hughes residents, South Ward includes suburbs of Moorebank, Wattle Grove, Holsworthy, Hammondville, Voyager Point, Pleasure Point and a sliver of Kajula. Voting is compulsory, so please don't forget to vote and avoid a fine. I've been holding mobile offices in Moorebank and Wattle Grove over the last few weeks, and council issues certainly come up a lot with residents, and residents certainly feel that our part of the Liverpool LGA is overlooked. We get the development, but we don't get the roads or the infrastructure, and the roads get clogged. I've been joined by Zeli Mungina, who is running in the by-election and has been out in the community talking to residents about what matters to them and what they expect from their council. Pre-poll opens on the 11th of April, including at locations like Wattle Grove, so I urge South Ward residents to make their vote count. I want to acknowledge that this is a holy time for many communities across southern Sydney. It is Holy Week and tomorrow is Holy Thursday. I want to acknowledge all the Christian groups in southern Sydney celebrating Easter this weekend. I also want to acknowledge that for those of the Islamic faith, Ramadan recently came to an end with the marking of Eid al-Fitr, and I had the pleasure of joining members of the Bangladeshi Australian community in Macarthur to mark the holy occasion. I wish Eid Mubarak and a happy Easter to people of faith right across our community.
And I call the honourable member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to extend my best wishes to the Jewish community in Australia, in particular on the Sunshine Coast ahead of Passover. Passover is a time of reflection and hope, symbolising the resilience of the Jewish people. This year's Passover will be marked by solemnity as Jewish Australians continue to grieve following the Bondi terrorist attack and those attacks on October 7 in southern Israel. And many still worry about loved ones in Israel amidst the current conflict. Yet Passover brings comfort and light. Passover commemorates the deliverance of the Israelites from Egyptian slavery and their journey toward freedom in the Promised Land. It's a story of hope and triumph which continues to resonate today. Just as the Jewish people were pursued by Pharaoh, they continue to face the evils of anti-Semitism today. But Passover is a timeless reminder that the Jewish people not only survive, but they thrive while the forces of hatred fade into history. Passover also reminds us of our shared responsibility to stand against anti-Semitism. It is unacceptable that Jewish people live in fear because of who they are, especially here in Australia. The Bondi attack tragically demonstrated the deadly consequences of unchecked hatred. I'd also like to extend my best wishes to all Christians who will be celebrating Easter this week in the lead up to Sunday. It's always special when Easter and Passover overlap, and especially fitting as we know that Easter itself has Jewish roots. After all, Easter centres on the death, burial and resurrection of a Jew who lived in Israel over 2,000 years ago and who himself celebrated Passover. The resurrection of Jesus Christ offers profound hope in these challenging times. Jesus paid the ultimate sacrifice by dying on the cross for us and then rising from the dead, defeating death itself so that we may have eternal life. Amidst the suffering we see around the world, this message shines through the darkness, offering Christians around the world enduring hope. It represents a time where we acknowledge a God of love who loved the world so much that he sent his only Son to die on the cross so that we could have life. As we reflect on the significance of both Passover and Easter, let's draw strength from these messages of hope. I wish the Jewish community a happy Passover and all Christians a blessed Easter.
Thank you, Member Fisher, and I call the member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today, the Fair Work Commission has delivered a long overdue decision: abolish junior pay rates for Australians over 18. This landmark case, led by the SDA, confirms what working people have always known. If you are old enough to work, you are old enough to be paid properly. 18, 19, 20-year-olds pay the same for rent and groceries, petrol, so why were they paid less? 500,000 young workers will benefit. These wage rises will be phased in over 4 years, with an 18-year-old seeing up to a 42% increase, around $284 more a week in today's terms. I want to thank the SDA for their adult wage campaign, but most importantly, I want to acknowledge Michael Donovan. For 30 years, Michael has stood with some of the lowest paid workers in this country, quietly, persistently, and effectively. He has helped deliver real change, and this decision is a testament to that work. When I started Woolworths at 15, I joined the SDA on the first day. Because of leaders like Michael, retail and fast food workers in Australia enjoy some of the strongest rights in the world, and that is why every worker should join their union. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I recently had the privilege of visiting Bestway Supermarket in Dandenong and meeting its owners, Mohammed Reza Kahamidi and Ahmed Hussein Zida and Mohammed Sava Kahadi. They came to Australia in the early 2000s from Afghanistan. Starting in 2003 as Maywand Supermarket, they worked tirelessly to grow their business, relaunching as Bestway in 2014 and building it into a thriving enterprise. Today, Bestway employs more than 60 people in Dandenong, provides opportunities for refugees, offering training and work experience, and pathways into future employment. Stories like Bestway's are the heart of our community in the Melbourne Southeast. They reflect the strength of multicultural Australia, where new migrants create jobs, support one another in their journey as Australians, and enrich our nation. Just as generations of Italian and Greek migrants once shaped the precedents like Lygon Street, Eaton Mall, we are now seeing new communities shape such areas like Thomas Street in Dandenong and High Street in Cranbourne. Thank you for the work you do.
Thank the member. Call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to speak about Southern Cross University, which is a formidable educational institution on the southern end of my seat of McPherson. It's a university that was established in 1994, so it's as old as I am. But it's a university whose identity symbolises a guiding light for the curious and a beacon for independent thinking. Now, over the decades that have followed, That vision has led to the university being known as one of our country's most innovative universities. They've produced more than 75,000 graduates and a lot of world-leading research. And so the impact of the university and its graduates is felt not only locally in my seat, not only nationally, but internationally as well. On Friday night, I had the distinct privilege of delivering the occasional address at the university graduation. And I'd like to acknowledge the Pro-Chancellor, the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Tyrone Carlin, and each and every one of the 240 graduates that received their awards that evening. It was such a formidable ceremony, and it was really quite something to be able to see the looks on many of these graduates' faces as they walked across that stage after putting in so many years, in many instances, of hard work and dedication to their degrees. Now, the ceremony that I attended and that I spoke at was in relation to health students. And at Southern Cross University, the Faculty of Health produce students who graduate through podiatry, biomedical science, community welfare, exercise science and psychological science, and social work, to name a few. So the contribution that these people will make, no doubt, to our community and to our country is something that I'm very proud of as the local federal MP. I delivered two key messages to the graduates of the graduating class of 2026. The first was where you start does not define where you finish, and the second was if you want something, work for it. And these graduates have already shown that they have the will and the desire and the work ethic to work towards achievement. So I'd like to again reiterate my sincere congratulations to each and every one of the graduates of the class of 2026 at Southern Cross University, to their support network, their parents, their families, their friends, and to the entire teaching staff who made it all possible as well. Congratulations.
The member for McPherson, and I call the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There's been some great contributions this afternoon about our Lions clubs across Australia, and I'm excited to speak to you today about one of my local Lions clubs as well. With sizzling barbecues, raffles, paintings, performers, including the band The Beatles, but with a Z, and yes, even a jumping castle. The Taylors Lakes Lions annual community music and picnic day last Sunday went off. I had some great chats with local families at my market stall, including how the Albanese Labor government is supporting locals with cheaper childcare, a boost to Medicare, and what we're doing to shore up fuel supply here in Australia. The Lions Club of Taylors Lakes is a wonderful volunteer-run organisation bringing so much to our local community. They can put on a banging picnic, but that's not all they do. They have a sub-branch called Greening Taylors Lakes, who do fantastic work alongside our Friends of Taylors Creek Environment Group. I recently visited the Lions Club of Taylors Lakes Community Garden, located next door to one of our local preschools, where I got to pick some veggies and spend some time with the dedicated volunteers in their beautiful garden. A huge shout out to Phil Clinkerberry and all the volunteers of the Taylors Lakes Lions Club. I was recently in the In-Community Care Pantry's official opening in Ravenhall, and let me tell you, this important service was able to open in our community thanks to the tireless dedication of Pastor Carly Alexander and Pastors Craig and Melissa Marr from In Church, Melbourne. Three people who had a vision to make life easier for families in our community who need support with groceries. They saw a gap in the Caroline Springs corridor when it came to food relief, and they decided to open their own community pantry. These incredible individuals stand as a testament to the dedication and strength of our community who look after each other. I was privileged to visit their facility last year. It was just a shell back then, and it was so wonderful to come back and see it filled out, full of food available for our community. Thank you to In Community Care Pantry and In Church Melbourne for all the work you do in our community. Riding his bike in the sun, heavy winds and the rain, through Perth, Broome, Adelaide, on highways and gravel dirt roads, Tommy Quick achieved a massive feat in his bike ride across Australia. Tommy is a local to Melbourne's western suburbs, living in my friend the member for Maribyrnong's electorate, who's ridden over 11,000 kilometres across Australia to raise awareness of stroke in young people and to fund childhood stroke research. And he's done just that with his fundraising campaign now sitting at over $160,000. It was truly an honour to catch up with him in Caroline Springs and hear his story as a stroke survivor. I'd like to thank Tommy for his incredible advocacy and all the work he continues to do in this space. I look forward to seeing his documentary soon. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
In accordance with the Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded and I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day, High Seas Biodiversity Bill 2026, resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time and I call the member for Grey.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in this chamber to speak in strong, unwavering support of the fishing communities of Port Lincoln, the broader regional fishing communities of Australia, and to address the High Seas Biodiversity Bill 2026. Unlike everyone from the government on the other side of this chamber, I will not just boringly read out sanitised talking points you are endlessly repeating. The people who elected me, the people whose livelihoods are directly impacted by this legislation we debate in this room, deserve far better than bureaucratic echoes. They deserve honest representation, and they deserve a measured, realistic critique of what this legislation actually means for their futures. Let me say clearly at the very outset, this Parliament should absolutely support sustainable oceans and biodiversity. The high seas belong to no single nation, and governing them demands exactly the kind of international cooperation that this treaty represents. But let me be equally clear. True sustainability is never achieved by sidelining the very people who have been carefully managing these marine resources for generations. There is a growing concern radiating from Port Lincoln, and it stems from the fact that increasingly decisions are being made about the industry rather than with the industry. I want to make a point here, one that highlights a strange and persistent hypocrisy in our national policy. It is a simple fact that everyone in this place treats the oceans profoundly differently to the land. When a farmer harvests the land, works the soil and produces food for this nation, they are rightfully championed as heroes of food security. We celebrate them. Yet when our fishers head into the oceans and harvest the sea, providing that exact same service of feeding our nation, they are treated with suspicion. They are treated not as stewards, but as environmental risks, poachers to be mitigated and managed. It is a double standard that is deeply offensive to the thousands of Australians in this industry. Speaker, Port Lincoln, Ceduna, Streaky Bay, Whyalla, Wallaroo and Edithburgh, they are not just picturesque coastal towns, but they are also huge economic powerhouses for my community. Port Lincoln is Australia's undisputed seafood capital. It is home to the largest commercial fishing fleet in the entire Southern Hemisphere. We are talking about a town of about 14,000 people, and its seafood sector supports thousands of direct jobs, and exponentially more in flow-on industries. I'm talking about boat builders, transport operators, maintenance crews, processing workers. Speaker, the list goes on. The southern bluefish tuna industry alone is worth around $120 million annually to the region. It forms a critical pillar of the broader regional economy. This is not just a seasonal hobby or a fading legacy industry. It is a modern, highly sophisticated and globally competitive export sector. It supplies a premium product to demanding international markets, particularly Japan, and increasingly across the broader Asia region. This is an industry that has survived by evolving, innovating, and adapting to every challenge thrown its way. And Speaker, so many challenges have been faced by the seafood industry. But here is the critical point that this government is fundamentally failing to grasp. Australia's seafood industry is already one of the most strictly regulated and undeniably one of the most sustainable in the entire world. As Seafood Industries Australia consistently and accurately highlights, our commercial fisheries operate under robust, science-based quotas. They operate under strict monitoring regimes and binding international agreements. This is not a rogue sector that needs to be forcefully brought into line by bureaucrats from this place who have never caught a bream, let alone a bluefin. This is a sector that is already leading the world in stewardship. And yet, despite this world-class performance, we continue to see layer upon layer of new regulation arbitrarily added. I hear it directly from the operators on the ground and on the water. In parts of the tuna industry, it feels as though there are now more, or perhaps, in parts of the tuna industry, it feels as though there are now as many or even perhaps more people regulating the industry from Canberra than there are boats working out on the water. The situation is utterly ridiculous. The feeling within the industry is crystal clear. They are being overregulated, completely overburdened and woefully under-consulted, and it needs to change. Because, Speaker, this matters. It deeply matters because there are severe real-world consequences when ideological policy gets too far ahead of practical reality. If we overreach with regulation, we risk punishing hard-working Australian operators, the ones who actually follow the rules straight out of global markets. We risk replacing Australian seafood with dubious imports from countries with far less environmental and labour standards. And Speaker, we already import 64% of the seafood that we eat. 64%, yet we have the best seafood in the entire world. Ultimately, we risk hollowing out proud regional communities like Port Lincoln that completely depend on this industry to survive and thrive. Let us be honest about the severe pressures facing this sector right now. I have to strongly question the timing of this bill under the broader regulatory push in the face of the current fuel crisis crippling our operators. Right now, skyrocketing input costs, particularly diesel fuel, are forcing some operators to make the heartbreaking decision to cut their trips simply to stay financially viable. And right now, because of the harmful algal bloom in the coastal waters along South Australia, boats are needing to travel twice as far to catch their quotas. Twice as far when the fuel is twice as expensive. It is a double whammy. Margins are incredibly tight. Business confidence is fragile. The absolute last thing this industry needs in this precise moment is additional regulatory uncertainty imposed from above without genuine, respectful engagement. What the region needs is practical, tangible support, not more red tape. They need infrastructure that keeps them safe and helps them operate efficiently. That is exactly why I'm pushing for Doppler radar on the Lower Eyre Peninsula, supported by a massive petition from the local community. A Doppler radar would provide critical real-time weather data to keep our fishers, our farmers and our communities safe. This is the kind of practical investment the government should be focused on. Instead, we are here debating international treaties that threaten to tie our most productive industries in further knots. Seafood Industry Australia has been exceptionally clear on this matter. They fully support strong, decisive action against illegal and unregulated fishing. They support long-term sustainability, but they also desperately call for practical, workable frameworks developed in genuine partnership with the industry itself. That is a key word, partnership, because the people of Port Lincoln are not environmental vandals. They are the true stewards of the oceans. Their livelihoods depend on it. Their families depend on it. Their entire future depends on it. Which brings me to the specific mechanisms being championed in the wake of this bill. We hear a lot about marine parks, but let's be honest with the Australian public. Marine parks, they have a fun name, a very friendly name. Sounds like a place you can take your kids on a Sunday afternoon. But we need to remember, and we need to call them exactly what they are. They are exclusion zones. They are lockups. And ironically, so many of these spatial closures have been transferred out to regional zones, conveniently placed far away from our metropolitan communities. Go figure. The city voters get the warm, fuzzy feeling of saving the ocean, while the regional workers lose their livelihoods. It is a disgrace. My deep concern is that this treaty could very easily become a Trojan horse for further domestic closures. What we must avoid at all costs is giving away our adjacent waters to the world to create massive, unprecedented marine protected areas between Australia and New Zealand, ultimately closing off our future food bowl to satisfy international optics. We must ask ourselves, what is truly happening in this chamber today? The Minister has confirmed that his government is currently reviewing 44 Australian marine parks. We have seen the Greens use this bill as a convenient platform to call for a complete end to salmon fishing in Tasmania, the end of krill fishing and the aggressive expansion of no-take zones right across our domestic waters. This is no longer just a bill about high seas. It is the opening act of a radical domestic ocean closure agenda, carefully dressed in the polite language of international obligation. We already import a staggering 64% of seafood that Australians eat. Speaker, let that sink in. It is upsetting to think that nearly 2/3 of our seafood comes from overseas. We do not import this because we lack the ocean. We have the third largest exclusive economic zone in the world. We do not import it because we lack the scientific capability. We import it because a decade of poor decisions has treated Australian fishers as the problem to be managed, rather than a vital sovereign food capability to be supported. This relentless creeping regulation has systematically hollowed out our productive capacity of a sector worth billions to our GDP. Reducing access to well-managed Australian fisheries without addressing this massive reliance on imports simply risks outsourcing our environmental footprint to nations that do not care about sustainability. It does not improve the global environment. It merely shifts the guilt offshore. If we are to implement the obligations under the BBNJ agreement concerning marine genetic resources, area-based management tools and environmental impact assessments, we must ensure that our domestic fisheries management is recognised and accredited within these broader environmental frameworks rather than duplicated. This was a clear recommendation from the Samuel Review, and it must be heeded. We do not need cumulative regulatory burdens unintentionally constraining a sector that is essential to Australia's food security and regional resilience. I've spoken to the industry. I've read the drafts and the concerns of the people on the ground. Having consulted with experts like Daniel Casement, John Isles and Claire Webber, who understand the intricate realities of this industry better than anyone sitting in a department here in Canberra. I know that the industry is seeking certainty, consistency and basic recognition, not the continual layering of new rules over already well-managed world-class systems. Protecting the high seas and feeding Australia are not competing objectives. We need this government, in the exact same breath as it passes this bill, to firmly commit to a domestic ocean governance framework that finally gives food production the exact same standing it currently gives conservation. My message to the government is incredibly simple. If this bill is to succeed, of which it will, if it is to genuinely protect biodiversity while strengthening Australia's position globally, then the commercial fishing industry must be at the table from the very start. Not as a token afterthought, not as a box-ticking consultation exercise, but as a respected, genuine partner. Because when you actually work with the industry, you get better policy, you get vastly better environmental outcomes, and you get a much stronger, more resilient Australia. I will hold this government to the absolute letter of this bill. This legislation is about the high seas. It is about areas beyond national jurisdiction. It must not be weaponised to lock up our local waters. I'm demanding that not a single additional hectare of Australian fishing ground is closed without a comprehensive independent food security assessment. I'm demanding that no ground is closed without genuine consultation, and I demand that no ground is closed without proper compensation for the operators whose businesses are destroyed by the stroke of a pen. Let's protect our oceans, but also let's back Port Lincoln. Let's passionately back Australian seafood. Let's support the families navigating tight margins and crippling fuel costs. And let's make absolutely sure that in trying to lead the world with marine biodiversity, we do not accidentally or intentionally undermine one of the most sustainable, economically vital and proudly regional industries we already possess. We are watching closely, Speaker. The regions are watching, Port Lincoln is watching, and we will not let this industry be quietly regulated out of existence.
Thank you. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Tangney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of my first career was as a dolphin trainer. Dolphins can sense everything about you. If you are angry, they will swim away. If you are happy, calm, grounded, they all want to be with you. They are so intelligent. It is one of the many lessons I learned from that job, which I still say it was the best job in my whole life. It is a lesson that I bring with me into this House to express my support for this bill. As the park was closing down, I took the 4 dolphins into the wild ocean myself. I lived on the boat for a few weeks as the dolphin gradually got used to the ocean's life. And a few wild dolphins came soon and joined them, and they would go all out to play. Sometime, my old friend would come back to the boat and poke out their nose and say hello. Eventually, it was time to go, and so I jumped into the ocean one final time and say goodbye to all of them. It was a very sad moment for me, but of course, dolphin belongs out in the wild. Australia has a long history of taking care of our ocean. Protecting Australia's marine biodiversity and ensuring sustainable management of fishery is a priority for our government. You can see this through the decision we have taken to triple the size of Macquarie Island Marine Park and to quadruple the size of the Herd and McDonnell Islands Marine Park. More than half of Australia's ocean is now protected in Marine Park. We are working towards having 30% of our ocean protected in a highly protected area by 2030. Generation of future Australians will be able to continue to enjoy our coastal ecosystem. Australia is a global leader in marine protection. We are actively working and partnering with other countries to better protect more of our world ocean. Around 60% of the global ocean is beyond national jurisdiction, but currently only around 1% is protected. 1%. Madam Speaker, Australia is a founding signatory of this High Sea Biodiversity Treaty. The treaty will establish an international legal framework for the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction. This treaty will work together with the international and regional rules and framework that already exist to protect the ocean. I would like to play a critical role. It will play a critical role in achieving a shared global goal in protecting 30% of the world marine area by 2030. By ratifying the treaty, Australia will become party to the treaty. This will allow Australia to participate in the management of the ocean beyond our maritime boundary, so we can protect ocean's health and make sure that global rules align with our national interests. Australian marine industry, for example, fishery and tourism, need a clean and healthy ocean. It is important that we have sustainable development. Madam Speaker, I want to share a final lesson from my friend dolphins. Dolphins do not breathe automatically. Their breathing is consciously controlled. So when dolphins sleep, only one half of the brain can sleep at a time. So dolphins have to make a choice to come to the surface to breathe. They choose to breathe and live. This lesson to me at that time was that our choices matter. We have a responsibility to make good choices, not only for today, but for our future generation to come. So ratifying the High Sea Biodiversity Treaty demonstrates Australia's commitment to international law and our commitment to better protecting our ocean and its marine life for future generations. I'm pleased to support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The High Seas Biodiversity Bill 2026 is domestic legislation Australia needs to finally ratify the High Seas Treaty, which has now been enforced internationally. The bill establishes three core things: a regime for marine genetic resources, a framework for recognising and managing protected or specially managed areas of the high seas, and an environmental impact assessment regime for certain activities that may damage the marine environment. It is world first legally binding agreement to protect marine life in international waters, and it is a historic moment for international ocean conservation efforts after nearly 2 decades of negotiations. The High Seas Treaty will govern almost 2/3 of the planet's oceans ecosystems, which are under threats from overfishing, commercial shipping and pollution. The treaty helps protect the parts of the ocean that no one country owns, where there haven't been enough proper rules. And it makes it easier to create protected ocean areas and harder for people and nations to damage marine life without checks. It also means countries have to think more carefully about the harm their activities could cause before they go ahead. This matters so much beyond the areas of national jurisdiction, which we know currently areas of national jurisdiction cover nearly half the planet. And so there's a huge share of the ocean, yet governance has lagged far behind the science and far behind the scale of the threat to those areas. The treaty was designed to change that. And so the bill is necessary now, and I welcome it, to ratify and implement the rules domestically that were agreed to within the High Seas Treaty. Of course, representing Warringah in this place, we are so intrinsically tied to the oceans. Healthy oceans are not just some abstract concept. It shapes our local beaches, our marine life, our community, recreation, the character of the place. It is absolutely the heart and soul of so many communities around Australia, and in particular the Warringah community. We all care deeply about nature, coastline health, biodiversity. Every time I speak to a school or I visit a school or they come and tell me about what they worry about our oceans, they worry about marine life, they worry about plastics. And you know, the ocean is a really big part of their environment and their well-being. We know ocean systems are connected, so stronger protection offshore, far away from Australia, far away on that horizon, will help the overall resilience of marine ecosystems much closer to home. If you live by the coast, you have a stake in ocean stewardship beyond your own postcode. So, I guess the chronology: Australia signed the High Seas Treaty in September 2023. The treaty entered into force on the 17th of January 2026, and this bill is the overdue domestic step needed for Australia to ratify and become a party in full legal effect. Australia helped negotiate this framework over many years under governments of different stripes, but we have been slower than we could have been in finishing the domestic job. It's also part of a wider failure, I would argue, in environmental governance. For decades, the law has been much better at slicing the ocean into jurisdictions than actually protecting the living systems that connect them. On the 5th of August 2025, along with other crossbench MPs, I wrote to Minister Murray Watt encouraging him to ratify the treaty. When it comes to our oceans, delay is not a pause button, it's a permission slip for continued degradation, and that's why action is so important. Again, only a tiny proportion of international waters until now has been protected, and that is the problem. The whole rationale of the treaty is to finally create a legal pathway for large-scale, high seas protected areas and other area-based management tools. Prior to the treaty, only 1% of international waters were protected. The government could take inspiration of how the international treaty is designed, as it includes mechanisms that should have been adopted in Australia's own environmental protection laws years ago. For example, recognition of cumulative impacts. The treaty and the bill matter because they stop the decision-makers looking at one activity in isolation, as if it exists in a neat little bubble. Instead, the environmental impact assessment process is meant to look at the combined and incremental harm caused by different activities together, including past, present and reasonably foreseeable future activities. I would argue this should be embedded in our domestic environmental laws as well, that cumulative impact, that nothing happens in a vacuum. It's a much more realistic way to assess harm in the oceans because ecosystems are usually damaged by layers of pressure piling up, not just by one dramatic event or one action. An example of why assessing cumulative impacts is so important is ocean acidification, which is caused by the ocean absorbing more carbon dioxide, which gradually changes ocean chemistry and makes it harder for many marine organisms and ecosystems to cope. You can't point specifically at one particular project when you talk about ocean acidification, but the cumulative impact is what is driving the problem. Of course, climate change impacts. The definition of cumulative impacts used in this bill expressly includes the consequences of climate change, because we know the oceans are such a massive part of balancing out our climate, global climate. And so that's why cumulative impacts are so important. So ratifying this treaty, I think, is really important, firstly because we will gain influence where decisions are made. The treaty's first COP is expected within a year of entry into the force, and if we want influence over the high seas, protected areas and rules, then we need to be at the table as a signatory. Second, environmental degradation can't just continue as the default setting. It means destructive fishing, shipping, pollution, worsening climate pressures, which don't ultimately respect any kind of national or political borders. We know those impacts are global. Third, we gain economically and socially because especially we are a maritime nation. We are ultimately an island continent surrounded by oceans, and so the health of the oceans means the health of Australia. The health of the high seas are linked to Australian industries like tourism and fisheries, the ocean upstream effect. Ocean systems underpin climate and ecological stability. The ocean produces roughly half of the Earth's oxygen, largely through oceanic plankton, and it absorbs more than 90% of the excess heat trapped by human-caused climate change. So again, so much of our way of life depends on a healthy ocean, and yet still so little focus is given to it. So, what this bill will do, it ratifies the High Seas Treaty. It embeds a precautionary approach requirement for ministerial decision-making, recognising that lack of full scientific certainty is not a reason to delay protective action. It creates a notification-based regime for marine genetic resources and digital sequence information. It operationalises high seas area-based management tools via specially managed areas and special management plans aligned to COP decisions, with a clear 120-day deadline for Australia to make the domestic instrument after a COP decision. And it establishes an environmental impact assessment for activities under Australian control where impacts are potentially serious, including a threshold that triggers referral. And I understand there has been the Senate's amendments will make a material difference, first explicitly referencing marine protected areas in key definitional and operative provisions, and also lifting corporate and civil penalty corporate civil penalty settings. So the high seas are not someone else's problem. They are all our problems. It's a living system that shapes our coasts, our weather, our fisheries and our future. This bill is a chance to move from signature to stewardship, to bring international commitments into Australian law with real enforcement and real transparency and real ambition. So there is now a clear mandate to pass the bill, fund it and use it to protect our oceans. And of course, in talking about the oceans, I have to commend the work of Jazz Chambers and the Oceans Decade team, who are continually raising the issues of the care of our oceans and that balance between all those different corporate uses, the balance between conservation and marine life, but also fisheries, healthy fisheries, and all the other industrial uses, remembering offshore gas, a lot of shipping. There are a lot of different uses that are supported by the oceans. I think the oceans will ultimately have a lot of the solutions we need for climate change and for keeping our way of life, but we have to first embed into law that we want to protect them.
A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. Thank you, and I'll call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Better and Fairer Schools Agreement Progress Report, Ministerial Statement, resumption on debate on the motion that the House take note of the document.
The question is that the document be noted, and I give the call to the member for Spence.
Thank you, Speaker. The Better and Fairer Schools Agreement is reform that goes to the core of fairness, opportunity and the future direction of this country. Because when we talk about schools, we're not just talking about classrooms or curriculum, we're talking about the future of young Australians. It has now been 1 year since every state and territory signed up to this agreement. 1 year since governments across the nation came together with a shared understanding that the status quo was no longer acceptable. Because when Labor came to government in 2022, the imbalance in our system was clear and deeply entrenched. Not every non-government school was fully funded or on a defined path to reach that benchmark, but public schools outside of the ACT were not. That gap did not appear overnight, and it was not going to fix itself. And for communities like mine in Spence, in Elizabeth, in Gawler and across Adelaide's north, that gap can be felt every single day. Public schools in our community carry enormous responsibility. They support students from diverse backgrounds, students facing disadvantage, students who need additional support to succeed. And yet, they were being asked to meet that challenge without the full backing they deserved. The Better and Fairer Schools Agreement changes that. It sets a clear pathway to properly funded public schools and to do so in a way that is deliberate, structured and enduring. It represents the largest investment in public education by an Australian government, delivering an additional $16.5 billion into public schools over the next decade, followed by a further $50 billion in the decade after that. This is not a short-term injection of funding, it is a long-term commitment to lift standards, expand opportunity and strengthen the system for generations. Because if we want a stronger economy, if we want a more skilled workforce, if we want a fairer society, then the place to start is in our schools. Importantly, this agreement is not simply about increasing funding. It's about ensuring that funding is used effectively. It is tied to clear reforms, grounded in evidence and focused on measurable outcomes, because investment without direction does not deliver change, but investment with purpose does. Already we are beginning to see the encouraging signs that these changes are taking hold. Student attendance, which had declined significantly in the recent years, is beginning to recover, after falling from around 93% to 86%. We are now seeing more students returning to school, re-engaging with their learning and rebuilding routines that support long-term success. We are also seeing more students completing their schooling, with approximately 12,000 additional young Australians finishing high school in 2025 compared to 2024. A result that is consistent across school sectors and across both boys and girls. And just as importantly, we are seeing renewed interest in the teaching profession. After a concerning drop of around 20% in people choosing to study teaching, enrolments have now increased for the third consecutive year. This matters because without a strong teaching workforce, no reform can succeed. At the centre of this agreement for educators is a commitment to evidence-based practice. It focuses on identifying learning challenges early, particularly in the foundational areas of literacy and numeracy, through structured checks in the early years of schooling that allows teachers to quickly understand where students may need additional support. This is not about labelling students as gifted or struggling. It is about equipping teachers with the information they need to intervene early and effectively. That early identification is then matched with targeted support, including small group tutoring that provides focused, individualised attention, helping students to catch up where they have fallen behind and maintain progress alongside their peers. The agreement also reinforces the use of teaching practices that are proven to work, ensuring that classroom instruction is grounded in evidence rather than trends, and that teachers are supported with tools, training and resources they need to deliver high-quality education. In a case study conducted in South Australia, we are already seeing what this approach can achieve. Through the introduction of a system-wide literacy and numeracy checks, South Australia has embedded early identification into everyday practice, ensuring that challenges are recognised early and addressed quickly. The literacy guarantee supports effective reading instruction from the earliest years, strengthens professional learning for teachers at every stage of their career, and provides resources for families so learning continues at home. At the same time, the numeracy guarantee is strengthening mathematics teaching through targeted professional development, specialist support for school leaders, and improved curriculum resources. Together, these initiatives demonstrate how early identification, high-quality teaching and targeted support can work in combination to lift student outcomes over time. This agreement also recognises that education is about more than just academic performance. It strengthens access to wellbeing supports within schools, acknowledging that students cannot succeed in the classroom if they are struggling outside of it. By supporting the whole student academically, socially and emotionally, we create the conditions for genuine learning and long-term engagement. And importantly, this agreement sets clear national targets. Targets to increase the proportion of students achieving strong results in reading and numeracy. Targets to reduce the number of students requiring additional support. Targets to lift Year 12 completion rates and ensure more young Australians leave school with the qualifications they need. Targets to rebuild attendance to pre-pandemic levels and close the gap for students who have been disproportionately affected, including First Nations students, students in regional areas and those from lower socio-economic educational backgrounds, and targets to strengthen and sustain the teaching workforce, including increasing participation in teacher education and supporting more First Nations educators into the profession. It strengthens access to wellbeing supports within schools, acknowledging that students cannot succeed in the classroom if they are struggling outside of it. Because when a young person feels unsafe, when they feel excluded, when bullying goes unchecked, learning becomes secondary. That is why the National Anti-Bullying Implementation Plan is such an important complement to this work. It recognises that safe and respectful school environments are not optional, they're foundational. When students feel supported and included, they attend more regularly, they engage more deeply, and they are far more likely to achieve strong outcomes. There is a clear connection between health and education. Students experiencing poor mental health are significantly more likely to disengage from learning. And as this report states, by Year 9, those students can be between 1 and nearly 3 years behind their peers in literacy and numeracy. That is not just a statistic, that is a warning. A warning that if we do not address wellbeing, we cannot expect to lift educational outcomes. The Better and Fairer Schools Agreement responds to that reality. It embeds wellbeing into everyday school practice, not as an afterthought, but as a core component of learning. It supports schools to put the right help in place at the right time, through better access to specialist staff, stronger connections to health and community services, and approaches that are tailored to the needs of local communities. Because what works in one school may not work in another, and flexibility matters. Alongside this, governments are working together on nationally coordinated efforts to promote safe, respectful school environments. Because tackling bullying, supporting mental health and strengthening engagement requires a collective effort. When we get this right, when students feel safe and supported and connected, they show up, they participate, they succeed. That is what this agreement is about, not just lifting results on a page, but creating environments where every young person has the chance to thrive. That is fairness in action. These are clear, measurable goals that governments will be held accountable for achieving. Because what gets measured gets delivered. And for communities like mine in the north, that accountability matters. It means that fairness is not just a principle, it is something that is tracked, reported and realised over time. It means that a child growing up in Spence can expect the same level of support, the same quality of teaching and the same opportunity to succeed as a child anywhere else in this country. The Better and Fairer School Agreement is about fixing a system that was out of balance. It's about investing where the need is greatest. It's also about backing teachers, supporting students and strengthening communities. And ultimately, it is about building a future where every young Australian, regardless of where they live, has the opportunity and the chance to succeed. That is what fairness looks like. And that is what this agreement delivers. We know this won't be an easy or quick task to complete across the nation. But this first progress report for the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement is a step in the right direction. to continue to support communities like mine in the north. And I thank the House.
And I thank the member for Spence. The question is that the document be noted, and I give the call to the member for Monash.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to respond to the ministerial statement on the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement. As the daughter of a primary school teacher, I've been raised in a family to appreciate how important better educational outcomes are. And as someone who was proud to serve on the inaugural Gippsland Tertiary Education Council some 15 years ago, improving education outcomes in my region is something I'm particularly passionate about. I strongly believe that your postcode should not determine your educational outcome in life, and yet in my region at that time we dealt with a number of challenges, including having nearly double below the state's average for higher education participation rates. We've got some wonderfully gifted teachers and some dedicated teacher support aides and staff, may I add, too, in the Monash electorate, who I'm very proud to represent, and I want to commend their ongoing work to lift and strengthen education outcomes. But this statement, I really have to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, at the outset deserves a resubmit, because what we've heard in the statement provided is a story, and it's riddled with inaccuracies, omissions and a fundamental failure to level with the Australian people and indeed face up to the challenges that I deal with and families across my electorate deal with every single day. Let's deal with the first central claim that seems to be on repeat by the government, and that is that the Coalition cut funding to public schools, which is just not true, Mr Deputy Speaker, because under the Coalition, school funding increased. It increased every single year. And in fact, it nearly doubled from around $13 billion in 2013 to over $25 billion in 2022. The Coalition support investment in education. We support lifting standards. But what we do not support, Mr Deputy Speaker, is a narrative that rewrites history. Because what matters is not just how much is spent, but what is actually happening in our schools today, where that money goes, how it's spent, and the objectives that it seeks to support. And right now, particularly in my home state of Victoria, Mr Deputy Speaker, we have serious problems. The Prime Minister has claimed every state and territory was on a pathway to full funding. This is simply not correct. Victoria remains the only jurisdiction without a clear pathway to reach the school's resourcing standard. There is no certainty, there is no long-term agreement. And as a result, Victorian government schools are now the lowest funded in the country outside of the Northern Territory. This has real consequences, this has a lasting impact, and my fear is it will have intergenerational consequences for young people and families, people seeking to get the skills and qualifications they need to attain a job, a career, and stay within the Gippsland region that they grew up or indeed that they have moved to. In 2026, Victorian students will receive hundreds of dollars less per student than their peers interstate. This could be up to $17,000 less than students in Tasmania. Now, this is not a theoretical gap. It is a gap in resources, in support and opportunity. And it is Victorian students who are paying the price for the failure of both the Albanese and Allan Labor governments. But funding, Mr Deputy Speaker, is only part of the story, because outcomes are going backwards. The Minister claims reading is improving, but NAPLAN data tells us a different story. Scores have declined in recent years, including a year-on-year drop under the current government. International data shows the same trend. Australia's reading performance has fallen over time. And in Monash, Mr Deputy Speaker, getting an education isn't just about what happens in the classroom. It's about distance, access and the pressure that growth is putting on our local schools. Rapid population growth in Warragul and Druin, which Bernard Salt, the demographer, notes are the fastest growing towns anywhere across Australia. It's driving significant growth in those schools, in school enrolments, with classrooms reaching capacity, portable buildings becoming more common, and growing pressure on shared facilities like libraries, playgrounds and specialist learning states. And I want to commend my state Liberal colleague, the member for Narrowcan, Wayne Farnham, who's been working with a range of schools in the West Gippsland area, particularly Drouin Secondary College, and the marvellous principal and teaching staff there to address some of those challenges. Schools are working hard to absorb the growth that we are seeing in population, but it is placing a real strain on teachers with larger class sizes, increased workload and less time available for individual student support. In South Gippsland, and I'm very proud to represent a region that stretches all the way down to the southernmost point of mainland Australia, Wilson's Prom and Foster, and we've got some remarkable schools there. I was at Foster Primary School not so long ago. Access to education is shaped by distance, with families often travelling long distances to access secondary schooling and subject choice. And in towns like Foster and Currumborough, I talk to families and I talk to students where they're regularly commuting daily to larger centres for schooling, adding hours to their day and limiting their ability to participate in extracurricular activities. Because in many parts of my electorate, you can't jump on a train and there's limited bus services. And so the cost of fuel going up, this is placing additional pressure on families moving around their community and certainly for families taking their children to school of a morning. And for many families, this also means managing additional costs, balancing work commitments around school access, because in today's economy I hear so often that families have got to have, you've got to have a dual income household to be able to meet the cost of living challenges, and that places additional pressure on parents that are trying to juggle those job demands as well as give their children all of the support they need in their schooling and certainly in and around their schooling. And I also want to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that access to specialist subjects, support programs and pathways could be more limited in smaller regional schools, and that means that students often have to leave their local community to access the same opportunities that are available to students in metropolitan areas. In South Gippsland, education is shaped by geography as much as it is policy, with distance playing a huge role in access to opportunity. Families in towns like Foster and Currumborough, I've mentioned, have a significant challenge in being able to meet those demands, and I'm regularly talking to families where a daily commute is easily over an hour each way. And I know that this has had a real impact on student wellbeing in participation and outcomes, and it limits involvement in after-school activities like sport, tutoring, music or part-time work. We've got some very gifted athletes and young people in all parts of my electorate, but there are quite a few in South Gippsland as well, and I really do take my hat off to their determination and commitment, because they've got to meet a higher hurdle to be able to engage in that training and those activities than perhaps students and athletes from metropolitan areas in the same situation. I want to also acknowledge the challenge that smaller regional schools face in offering the full breadth of subject choices, specialist programs, and this can mean fewer pathways in areas like advanced science, vet programs or emerging industries requiring students to relocate, to travel, or compromise their study options. We've got a great TAFE, we've got a number of great TAFE campuses, but we've got a terrific TAFE in our region that I know works very closely with industry and high schools to be able to engage young people in a range of skill offerings. Workforce pressures are being felt locally, with schools competing to attract and retain teachers in those regional areas, particularly in specialist subjects. And I was at Ripplebrook Primary School recently in West Gippsland, where they really have gone above and beyond to be able to provide Japanese as a language offering to their very small school, And I just want to commend the ingenuity and creativity and determination of the principal and the teachers at Ripplebrook for being able to deliver that. And so this is an important topic, but let's not rewrite history. I'm proud to be part of a coalition that has and will continue to invest very strongly in better educational outcomes for young people across Australia and in my electorate of Monash.
And I thank the member for Monash. Before I give the call to the member for Richmond, I'll give the call to the member for Bass to adjourn the debate.
I move the debate be adjourned and the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting.
I thank the member for Bass. The question before the Federation Chamber is that debate be adjourned and the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business statements. Further statements on Roa Roberts AO.
Are there any statements? And now I give the call to the member for Richmond.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise tonight to honour the memory and life of Roa Roberts AO, a Bundjalung Widjabul Wyable elder whose presence, voice and spirit shaped not only the Northern Rivers but the cultural life of the entire nation. Rhoda was born in 1959 and raised on Bundjalung country, where her deep connections to land, culture and community were formed. That connection will become the foundation of everything she did. Even as her work took her onto the national and international stages, she remained grounded in where she came from. Rhoda's extensive career spanned several decades and encompassed a wide range of roles across broadcasting, performing arts, cultural policy and community leadership. She contributed to major national and international projects, and her expertise was sought across government, media and the arts sector, where she provided guidance on cultural policy, programming and community engagement. Many came to know Rhoda through her work in broadcasting, particularly as the first Aboriginal person to host a prime-time current affairs show on SBS. At a time when Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander perspectives were rarely represented in mainstream media, she played a critical role in bringing those voices into the national conversation. She helped to highlight Indigenous perspectives, challenging audience to listen more deeply and think more honestly about the country we share. Rhoda's work in television and radio was characterised by clarity, integrity and a commitment to truth-telling. Rhoda's work not only created space for Indigenous artists and perspectives, but also reshaped institutions themselves. Roa Roberts was a pioneering force in the development and promotion of Indigenous arts and culture in Australia. She held numerous leadership roles in major cultural institutions and was instrumental in reshaping the way these institutions engage with First Nations artists and communities. And of course, as we know, Rhoda coined the term welcome to country in the 1980s, initially for the arts sector and then indeed for the wider community, an important protocol that is now rightly observed right across the nation. She also worked as a creative director for the Sydney Olympics Awakening Ceremony in the year 2000 and was appointed the inaugural head of Indigenous programming at the Sydney Opera House in 2012. Her work with major festivals, including as a creative director for the New Year's Eve celebrations from 2008 until 2011, helped elevate First Nations voices into some of the country's biggest stages. And of course, on the New South Wales North Coast, we were so privileged to benefit from Rhoda's immense talent in showcasing Indigenous culture through events like the Boomerang Festival and Blues Fest. Throughout all of her endeavours and achievements, Rhoda's dedication to sharing and celebrating First Nations culture was central to all of her work. And in recognition of her distinguished service to the arts and Indigenous communities, Rhoda was appointed an Officer of the Order of Australia. This honour reflected not only her professional achievements, but her enduring contribution to the cultural and social fabric of the nation. Rhoda understood the transformative power of culture. She recognised that storytelling is not merely an artistic practice, but a means of preserving history, asserting identity and fostering understanding. Through her work, she contributed to a broader national reckoning with Australia's past and present, and to a future in which First Nations voices are recognised as central, not peripheral. Rhoda's passing is a profound loss. It's felt not only by her family and close friends, of course, but across communities, industries and indeed generations. It leaves a silence where there was once a powerful voice, a voice that spoke truth, created change and brought people together. And indeed, that's the mark of a life well lived, not just what you achieve, but what you make possible for others. And whilst her absence is deeply felt, her legacy is everywhere. It endures in so many artists whose careers she supported and advanced, the institution she helped to transform, and the stories that continue to be told with honesty and pride. And Deputy Speaker, to Rhoda's family, I extend my deepest condolences. I acknowledge your loss and honour the life that has meant so much to many. May Rhoda Roberts rest in peace, and may her legacy continue to guide and inspire future generations.
And I thank the member for Richmond, and I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I rise today to honour the life and legacy of Auntie Roa Roberts AO, whose contribution to Australia's cultural life was profound and enduring. Across the arts, media and creative industries, Roa Roberts was a trailblazer. She reshaped institutions that had long excluded First Nations voices and insisted, often courageously, that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander culture belonged at the very centre of our national story. She was a guiding force in Australia's arts and cultural landscape and a creative leader whose influence extended far beyond any single role or title. Rhoda took her responsibility as an Indigenous leader deeply and seriously. She understood leadership as stewardship, carrying culture with care, protecting it with integrity and passing it on strengthened for future generations. She spoke of obligation to country and community, and that sense of responsibility shaped every space she entered and every institution she helped to transform. Her legacy is also felt strongly in the electorate I represent. Through her leadership at the Sydney Opera House, one of our nation's most significant cultural institutions, she ensured that First Nations culture was not peripheral, but central, visible, respected and embedded in the life of the city. That work resonated throughout Sydney's creative and business communities, including in Wentworth, where culture, enterprise and public life intersect every day. Rhoda was instrumental in opening doors. She was the first Aboriginal person to host a primetime current affairs program on Australian television. She co-founded Australia's first national Aboriginal theatre company, founded major cultural festivals and played a pivotal role in shaping the cultural vision of the Sydney 2000 Olympic Games, sharing Indigenous country with the world at a moment when the world was watching. But what stands out most strongly in her remarkable life is her generosity. Rhoda shared knowledge freely. She mentored emerging artists, journalists and leaders. She created space for others, often quietly, without expectation of recognition. She inspired so many because she believed in people and because she led with warmth, humour and conviction. On a personal note, people across my electorate recall that Rhoda also had a wicked sense of humour and was a lot of fun to be around. A reminder that alongside her gravitas and leadership, she brought joy, laughter and humanity into the spaces she occupied. As has been said in tribute, her generosity enriched Australians' lives and her wisdom enlarged our nation's understanding. For every step she took, she brought others with her, leaving a legacy not just of work, but of people empowered to continue it. I extend my deepest condolences to Rhoda's family, her community, and all who mourn her loss. May her memory continue to guide us, and may we honour her best by carrying forward the standards she set and the pathway she opened.
I thank the member for Wentworth, and I give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Roa Roberts, a proud Bundjalung woman of the Widjabul and Waiabul clan, was one of the most influential and transformative cultural leaders our country has ever produced. Her career was marked by moments that didn't just contribute to Australian culture, they helped redefine how Australia presents itself to the world. One of the most powerful of those moments came during the opening ceremony of the Sydney 2000 Olympic Games. It's difficult to think of a time when more international interest was directed towards Australia in a single moment. It was an unprecedented opportunity for Australia to show the world who we are. It was because of Rhoda's inspired work on the stunning Indigenous element of that ceremony that we told a story that celebrated and was grounded in the world's oldest living culture. I was fortunate to be at the rehearsal for that opening ceremony, and the night itself was a moment of immense national significance, a moment where First Nations culture was positioned at the very centre of our national identity. It was a powerful statement about who we are, a nation whose story began tens of thousands of years ago and continues today. It remains one of the defining cultural moments in Australia's modern history. That level of prominence for Aboriginal culture in a public ceremony was unprecedented at the time, but it has now become a baseline expectation. That is as it should be, and it's because of Rhoda's efforts that it is. She set a new benchmark for how Australia presents First Nations culture on the world stage. That accomplishment reflects so much of what made Rhoda Roberts the extraordinary cultural leader that she was. She ensured that the representation of First Nations culture was not superficial or symbolic in the narrow sense, but meaningful, respectful and engaging to the broadest possible audience. Her contribution to the opening ceremony of the Sydney 2000 Olympics is just one part of a much grander legacy. As head of Indigenous programming at the Sydney Opera House, Rhoda brought that same clarity of purpose to one of our most important cultural institutions by embedding First Nations voices into its programming and identity. As director of the Dreaming Festival, she created a space where Indigenous culture could be celebrated on its own terms, dynamic and contemporary, but deeply rooted in tradition. In no small measure, it's because of Rhoda Roberts that Welcome to Country is now part of our civic culture. I worked with Rhoda in her role as creative director at Sydney for the New Year's Eve celebrations, and whether it was in her work as a curator, a producer, mentor, she continued to open doors for other First Nations creatives, ensuring that the pathways she helped create would not close behind her. The thread that binds all her accomplishments together is a deep belief in the power of culture, a belief that storytelling and representation matter. Perhaps the greatest legacy is her demonstration that when we tell our stories with truth and with confidence, we become a stronger, more connected nation. Her work not only empowered us to reflect thoughtfully on our past, but to think deeply about who we aspire to be. Rhoda did not just help tell Australia's story, she reshaped it. Today, as we reflect on her life, we see a legacy that is both profound and enduring. It lives on in our institutions. It lives on in the artists she supported, and it lives on in the way Australia now better understands and more deeply values First Nations culture. We can best honour her memory by continuing her work of deepening that understanding and respect, and by ensuring that the doors of opportunity are always open to ambitious First Nations creatives like her. To her children, Sarah, Jack and Emily, her partner Stephen and the extended Roberts Field family, to her friends, her colleagues and the many communities she was part of, I offer my sincere condolences and my deepest gratitude. While Rhoda may now walk in another place, this place has been changed immeasurably for the better by her time here with us.
And I thank the member for Macquarie. There being no further speakers, I'll call the clerk.
Government business statements. Further statements on Bangara Dance Theatre, Venice Biennale Gold Lion.
Are there any statements? And I'll give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm exceptionally proud to add my voice to the congratulations to Bangara Dance Theatre on receiving a Golden Lion Award from Venice Biennale. This is now the third Golden Lion Award to recognise Australian creativity in as many years. This award is something truly exceptional and deeply meaningful, because the Golden Lion is not just an award for creative excellence. It recognises work that is transformative, work that expands the boundaries of what art can be, and work that fundamentally reshapes how we see ourselves. To receive the Golden Lion is to be recognised not just as an outstanding organisation or individual, but as essential to the global cultural conversation. And that is exactly what Bangara is. What is so remarkable and so distinctive about Bangara is its fusion of ancient tradition and contemporary expression. Through movement, Bangara tells stories that are tens of thousands of years old, yet feel entirely of the moment. Bangara helps us reflect on the confronting truths in our history while inspiring us to imagine a future that transcends it. Its work is grounded in cultural authority, created in consultation with communities. It's guided by story, by country and by lineage. And yet, when it reaches the stage, it speaks a language that audiences all over the world can understand. That is its power. Over almost 4 decades, Bangara has developed a body of work that's reshaped our culture and our nation's sense of self. From Ochres, a defining early work that reimagined what Australian dance could be, to Corroboree at the opening ceremony of the Sydney 2000 Olympic Games, where Bangara presented a new vision of Australia to the world. Works like Mathina, Patia Garogang and Dark Emu, which have deepened our understanding of First Nations culture and reframed our thinking about the past. In Mathina, Bangara showed us the power of truth-telling through creative expression. This work told the story of a young Aboriginal girl removed from her family in colonial Tasmania and made it immediate and human, not distant history but lived experience. The work allowed audiences to emotionally connect with both her dislocation and resilience. In Patia Garang, Bangara reframed the story of first contact in Sydney. Centred on a young Eora woman sharing language and knowledge, this work restored First Nations agency and complexity to a defining moment in our history. And in Dark Emu, Bangara challenged the myth that Aboriginal societies were purely nomadic and brought to life systems of agriculture and care for country. They transformed hard research into something audiences can see and feel. I've been very fortunate to attend many Bangara performances in the past, most recently Horizon, and I'm looking forward to seeing their upcoming work, Flora. It's impossible to see a performance by Bangara without your perceptions being shifted and your awareness being broadened. And that's what Bangara does every time the curtain rises. It takes our history and makes it more tangible. It takes complexity and makes it more visible. It takes stories that have been sidelined and places them centre stage. For these reasons and so many more, the Australian Government is proud to support Bangara through Creative Australia. Bangara's extraordinary accomplishments are the product of an extraordinary cultural leadership. I congratulate the current executive team of Francis Rings and Louise Ingram for their leadership of the organisation. I also want to record my admiration and respect for Stephen Page, whose artistic vision defined Bangara for decades. I'd like to especially acknowledge the artistry of his brothers, the late David Page and the late Russell Page, whose legacies live on in the spirit and the dynamism of this company and the standard of performance it presents. It is so fitting that this is the first time the Golden Lion has been awarded to a company rather than an individual, because Bangara's work has always been collective. It's based on the philosophy of shared cultural authority, storytelling that arises from community and culture that is carried forward together. This award is shared by every dancer, choreographer, musician, crew member and administrator who's helped build this company over the past 36 years. I love that they've created an alternative pathway for young First Nations dancers. This award is a testament to the power of storytelling and creative ambition as a force for good in our society. This award shows what's possible when we recognise the value of culture, when we invest in it and when First Nations creative leadership is given autonomy. This award's a recognition of Australian creative power, bringing the world's oldest continuing cultures to the centre of global cultural life. So congratulations, Bangara, on this wonderful achievement and this well-earned global recognition. But more importantly, thank you for shaping the story of our country with strength and integrity, with wit and with grace.
And I thank the member for Macquarie. There being no more speakers, I would give the call to the member for Bass to move the adjournment.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Thank the member for Bass. Is the motion seconded?
With great pleasure, I second the motion.
Thank you very much to the member of Fisher, for Fisher I should say. So the question now is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, Wednesday, the 1st of April.